The Edinburgh Network, Betrayal, Love and Ancient Power by Lea von Löwenstein. Chapter 1. The Discovery. Part 1. The Dating App. Come on, you need to get back out there. Amy's enthusiasm sparkled like her untouched wine glass at their regular Thursday night catch-up at May's diner. It's been, 2 years since Derek? Jenny smiled at her best friend's persistent matchmaking attempts while absently stirring her coffee. The diner's familiar warmth wrapped around them like a comfort blanket, the evening regulars creating that perfect small-town ambience she'd grown to love. Fine, Jenny sighed, pulling out her phone. Show me this magical dating app that's supposedly going to change my life, though I don't see why I need it when I have Mark. Amy's perfectly maintained eyebrows shot up. Because Mark's been not ready to set a date for 18 months now? A little window shopping never hurt anyone. The dating app's interface glowed cheerfully as Amy guided Jenny through setting up her profile. The familiar rhythm of their friendship made even this feel natural, Amy suggesting profile pictures while Jenny protested each one. No, absolutely not the beach photo, Jenny laughed, reaching for her coffee. I look like a drowned. Her voice died mid-sentence. The coffee cup froze halfway to her lips as she stared at the screen. Jenny? Amy's voice seemed to come from very far away. What's wrong? But Jenny couldn't speak. Her fingers had gone numb around her phone as she stared at the profile that had just appeared in her feed. Mark's face smiled back at her. Not her Mark, not quite. This was James, 34 architect from Millbrook, looking for his soulmate. The timestamp showed active within the last hour. Oh my God, Amy breathed, finally seeing what had frozen her friend. Jenny, He's in Millbrook right now. Jenny's voice came out surprisingly steady. At a client meeting, that's what he told me this morning. The diner's cozy warmth suddenly felt suffocating as she swiped through James the architect's profile pictures. Each one was recent, including one from their weekend trip to the coast last month. I need to. Jenny's hands shook as she took screenshots. I need to know more. Here's your refill, honey. May herself appeared with the coffee pot, her motherly presence usually a comfort. But something in Jenny's face made her pause. You okay there, sweetie? You look like you've seen a... May's voice trailed off as she caught sight of the phone screen. The coffee pot lowered slowly to the table. That's your Mark, isn't it? May's voice had gone quiet, the kind of quiet that preceded small-town storms. The one with the fancy client meetings in Millbrook? Jenny looked up sharply. What do you mean? May set the coffee pot down entirely now, sliding into the booth beside Amy. Her usually warm face had turned serious. He's been coming in here, she said carefully, Tuesday afternoons, regular as clockwork, with a blonde woman in a business suit. The diner's ambient chatter seemed to fade away as Jenny processed this. Tuesdays, when she had her late shift at the library. They sit in the back booth, May continued, her voice gentle but firm. The one by the window. Been happening for about 3 months now? Amy reached across the table to grab Jenny's trembling hands. 3 months? Are you sure? Honey. May's weathered hand covered Jenny's phone, blocking out Mark's smiling lies. I've been running this diner for 30 years. I notice things, and I've been wanting to tell you, but what? Jenny's voice sounded strange to her own ears. But last week, May's eyes held a mixture of sympathy and anger. I overheard them planning a weekend away, to the coast. The coast, where she and Mark had gone last month, where he'd taken the photo now being used to lure other women. Part 2. Digital Footprints. Show me the other apps. Jenny's voice had taken on that dangerous calm she normally reserved for difficult library patrons. Her fingers moved across her phone with surgical precision. Jenny, maybe we should, Amy started, but Jenny cut her off. No, I need to know everything. The diner's overhead lights caught the first tears she refused to let fall. Help me search. May squeezed her shoulder before returning to her duties, though her concerned glances kept finding their way back to their booth. The evening crowd thinned as Jenny and Amy dove deeper into the digital rabbit hole. Here, Amy's voice cracked slightly. On Bumble, Mike, 35, financial consultant from Riverside. Same photos, different name, different career, different life. And here, Jenny's laugh held no humor as she turned her phone. Tinder, Jack, 33, real estate developer in Ashton Heights. Each profile told a different story. each one crafted with careful precision to appeal to a specific type of woman. The architect for the creatives, the financial consultant for the professionals, the real estate developer for the ambitious. The dates, Jenny whispered, pulling up her calendar. Every time he said he had a late meeting. Matched perfectly with his active status on different apps, Amy finished, her face pale with realization. The pieces were falling into place like a jigsaw puzzle from hell. Every unexplained absence, every sudden business trip, every networking event that she couldn't attend. 3 different lives, Jenny's voice had gone very quiet. 3 different towns, 3 different. Her voice trailed off as a new notification popped up on her fake profile. A match. With James the architect. The notification wasn't a match. Instead, a direct message popped up on Jenny's dating app profile. I recognize him. The man in your feed. James, Mike, Jack, whatever name he's using now. We need to talk. There are more of us. May's Diner, tomorrow 7 p.m. Look for the woman with the red notebook. Jenny's hands trembled as she showed the message to Amy. The diner's familiar sounds faded into white noise as implications crashed over her like waves. More of us, Amy read aloud, her voice barely a whisper. Jenny. How many? Jenny's question hung in the air like frost. How many lives is he living? Another message pinged. Don't confront him yet. Don't let him know we know. We have evidence. Bank statements, hotel receipts, photos. Tomorrow 7 p.m. You're not alone in this. May appeared with fresh coffee, taking one look at their faces before sliding a slice of her famous chocolate pie onto the table. On the house, honey. Whatever's happening, you'll need your strength. Jenny stared at her phone as more messages arrived. Check your joint account. Look at his Google Calendar. Search for Benjamin Walker in Lakewood. Each message was like another crack in the foundation of everything she thought she knew. Benjamin Walker, Jenny murmured, fingers hovering over her phone's search bar. The name felt like another piece of a puzzle she never wanted to solve. Here, Amy had already opened her laptop, the glow casting shadows across their booth at May's. Oh God, Jenny, look at this. A LinkedIn profile filled the screen. The face was Mark's, but everything else. Benjamin Walker, investment consultant at Lakewood Financial Partners. The profile showed a full work history, recommendations, even conference speaking engagements. That's impossible, Jenny's voice cracked. He's been with Preston and Associates for 5 years. I've been to their office parties. Have you? Amy's question was gentle. Have you ever actually been inside his office? The diner's warmth seemed to vanish as Jenny's mind raced back. Every office party had been at restaurants. Every client meeting was external. Every time she dropped by to surprise him for lunch. He always met me in the lobby, she whispered. Said it was company policy for visitors. More tabs opened as they dug deeper. Benjamin Walker had a local newspaper quote about market trends from last month. Benjamin Walker had spoken at a Lakewood business forum just last week, when Mark was supposedly at a training seminar. Benjamin Walker was engaged to a woman named Rachel Chen, according to a Society page announcement from 3 months ago. Jenny, wait. Amy's voice held that tone that preceded emotional earthquakes. There's a photo gallery. The engagement photos loaded slowly, each new image another dagger. Mark, no, Benjamin, stood in a perfectly tailored suit beside a stunning woman in red, the Lakewood Gardens creating an elegant backdrop. Their smiles looked genuine, practiced, perfect. Posted 2 weeks ago, Jenny's voice had gone hollow. The day he said he had food poisoning and couldn't come to my sister's birthday dinner. More photos filled the screen. Benjamin and Rachel at charity galas, business functions, holiday parties. A whole documented life playing out in pixels and pretense. Look at the dates, Amy pointed, her finger trembling slightly. This one, isn't this when you two were supposed to be at the coast? The timestamp confirmed it. While she'd been alone in their apartment with supposed food poisoning, Mark had been Benjamin, smiling for engagement photos with another woman. There's a wedding website, Jenny whispered, clicking the link in the photo description. June 15th, at the Lakewood Grand Hotel. The same date Mark had told her was impossible for their wedding because of an important international client meeting. The diner's bell chimed as new customers entered, but Jenny barely heard it. Her world had narrowed to the screen before her, where Benjamin Walker and Rachel Chen shared their love story, A perfect tale of business meeting turned romance, crafted with the same precision as his dating app profiles. Try his other names, Amy whispered, her whine now completely forgotten. James the architect, Mike the consultant. Jenny's fingers moved mechanically across the keyboard, each search bringing fresh horror. The diner's cozy atmosphere felt suffocating as more windows opened, more lives unfolded. Here, her voice cracked, the Knot.com, James Walker and Sarah Mitchell, September 3rd. Another website loaded. Another love story. Another perfectly crafted lie. And, oh God, Amy's hand flew to her mouth. Mike Walker Lauren Bradley. Wedding, December 1st. 3 weddings, 3 women. 3 lives meticulously planned in a grotesque parade of parallel relationships. The venues, Jenny noticed, her librarian's eye for detail kicking in despite her shock. They're all just far enough apart. Different social circles, different photographers, different everything. May appeared silently with fresh coffee, her motherly concern evident as she caught glimpses of the screens. The deposits, Jenny suddenly realized, pulling up their joint account app. All these venues require deposits. Where is he getting? The account balance made her stomach lurch. The savings they'd been building for their own wedding had been systematically drained, disguised as business investments and client entertainment. 3 weddings, Amy whispered, scrolling through more photos. 3 rings. 3 sets of in-laws. 3 lives, Jenny finished, her voice deadly quiet. 3 complete lives, and I'm just one of them. Part 3. Messages in the dark. Jenny's phone vibrated just as May was bringing their bill. Another anonymous message, but from a different dating app. I see you found the wedding websites. I'm Lauren, or at least, that's who I'm supposed to be to him. December bride. Well, was supposed to be. Meet me at May's tomorrow? There's more you need to know about Benjamin James Mike Mark. Much more. The diner's evening crowd had thinned to just a few regulars. Outside, February snow began to fall, each flake another secret landing softly in the dark. How many? Jenny whispered, more to herself than Amy. How many messages? How many women? How many lives has he built? Her phone buzzed again. Don't go home tonight. Don't let him know. We've been gathering evidence for weeks. Bank statements, hotel receipts, venue contracts. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Bring your laptop. And Jenny, check your email. The one you never told him about. We sent you something an hour ago. Amy leaned across the table, her face pale in the diner's warm lighting. Your old university email? The one you keep for emergencies? Jenny's hands trembled as she logged in. The subject line was simple. Mark Walker, a documentary in lies. The attachment was loading when her phone lit up with Mark's smiling face, his regular evening check-in call. Jenny's phone continued vibrating. Mark's smiling contact photo mocking her with its familiarity. Amy squeezed her hand as Jenny took a deep breath and answered. Hi, darling, his voice came through, warm and familiar. The voice she'd loved for 2 years, the voice that apparently proposed to 3 other women. How's your evening with Amy? Oh, you know, Jenny's voice emerged surprisingly steady, her free hand gripping her coffee cup. Just catching up. May's famous pie, the usual Thursday. Sounds lovely. Just finishing up here in Millbrook. These client meetings, you know how they drag on. Jenny watched the dating app's status light blink active beside James the architect's profile. Watched it while Mark's voice spun tales of boring presentations and traffic delays. Must be an important client, she managed, catching Amy's supportive nod. To keep you so late. Massive project, darling. Could be career-changing. His laugh carried through the speaker, the same laugh she'd just watched in Rachel Chen's engagement video. Though not as important as you, I'm thinking weekend plans. That little B&B you mentioned? The B&B, where, according to the wedding websites, James and Sarah had their first weekend away. Sounds perfect, Jenny lied, her voice honey-sweet, while her knuckles went white around the phone. You must be exhausted from all those presentations. You have no idea, love. Listen, got to run. One more quick meeting. Love you. The line went dead as another message popped up on Lauren's wedding website. Vendor meeting at the Lakewood Grand, 8 p.m. Jenny stared at her now silent phone, reality crashing in. I can't go home, she whispered. He'll be back by midnight. He always is on Thursdays. Stay with me, Amy immediately offered, but Jenny shook her head. He'll check. He always drops by Friday mornings before work with coffee. A bitter laugh escaped her. Always so thoughtful, so predictable. God, it was all scheduled, wasn't it? May appeared at their table, her motherly instincts clearly on high alert. Everything all right, sweetie? Jenny's voice faltered. I need to be somewhere he won't look. Somewhere that won't raise suspicions. The library conference, Amy suddenly straightened. The one in Edinburgh next week. You mentioned it last month, but said you couldn't afford it. Jenny's librarian mind kicked into gear. The early registration deadline is tomorrow, Amy finished. Tell him you got last-minute funding. A week away, completely justified. Time to plan. My cousin runs the Heather Inn just outside Edinburgh, May added quietly. I'll call her right now. No credit card traces. Jenny's hands shook as another message lit up her phone. The anonymous messenger again. Whatever excuse you make, don't go to any of your usual places. He tracks them all. We'll explain tomorrow. 7 p.m. Wait, Amy's marketing background suddenly surfaced. That safety app he installed when you had that late-night book event. The one he said was for emergencies. Jenny's blood ran cold as she opened her phone settings. There it was, innocuously named Family Safety Pro, buried in her permissions. He said all the library staff were using it. Jenny's voice trembled as she scrolled through the settings. That it was part of the new security protocol after the break-in. May leaned over, her reading glasses perched on her nose. Location services, camera access, microphone permissions. Oh, honey. Look at the login history, Amy pointed, her finger shaking slightly. The timestamps told a story of constant surveillance, every movement, every stop, every deviation from routine, logged and monitored. The coffee shop near the library, Jenny whispered. The one he suddenly started suggesting instead of my usual place. It's closer to his Millbrook route, isn't it? Another anonymous message flashed. Delete nothing. Don't change any settings. We have someone who can help. Tomorrow, bring your phone. It's security specialist. She's dealt with this before. Jenny's hands shook as Mark's evening text arrived right on schedule. Hope you're having fun with Amy. Don't stay out too late. You know I worry. The heart emoji glowed like a warning signal. Chapter 2, Digital Traces. Part 1, Expert Intervention. The snow was falling heavier outside May's diner when Jenny's phone buzzed with a message from an encrypted number. IT specialist here. Listen carefully. Your phone is compromised beyond the visible app. Next steps crucial. 1. Don't turn off your phone. It'll trigger an alert. 2. Keep it on, but activate airplane mode at exactly 23:15. 3. Your usual bedtime routine shows phone charging by 23:20. 4. He monitors battery percentage and charging status. 5. I'm sending a loop of your regular evening pattern to mask our meeting tomorrow. 6. Leave your phone charging at Amy's, same GPS location as many Thursday nights. 7. Use this burner number to contact us. Number. Jenny's hands trembled as she showed Amy the message. The diner's warmth felt like a cocoon of safety as they watched the clock inch towards 23:15. How did we miss this? Jenny whispered, staring at her phone's battery indicator. 42%, exactly where it usually was by this time on Thursdays. He had everything timed, didn't he? Down to the minute. Amy's voice held controlled fury. Even your coffee breaks showed patterns. May appeared with 2 takeaway cups. Your usual evening tea order, she said meaningfully. The ones you always get before heading home. The familiar routine as cover. Every regular action now felt like a breadcrumb in his surveillance trail. 23:12. Mark's text arrived with predictable precision. Heading home now, darling. Traffic's finally cleared in Millbrook. Don't forget to charge your phone. You were at 45% at lunch. Love you. Jenny's hands went cold. She hadn't checked her battery at lunch. He had. 23:13. Another text. Got you that herbal tea you like. The one that helps you sleep. The tea she'd mentioned once, months ago. The tea she'd started finding regularly in their kitchen cupboard. The tea that made her drowsy by 23:30 every night. 23:14. Amy's face had gone pale as she read over Jenny's shoulder. He tracks your sleeping patterns too? The IT specialist's message flashed. Almost time. His routine shows him checking your location one last time at 23:17. Then his own phone goes dark at 23:25, when he's supposedly driving. 23:15. Jenny's finger hovered over airplane mode as another text arrived. Almost home. Can't wait to plan our weekend at the B&B. Sweet dreams, my love. The same moon emoji he'd used in Sarah Mitchell's wedding website posts. Now, Amy whispered as the clock ticked over. Jenny activated airplane mode, her heart pounding as they waited to see if any alerts would trigger. The silence lasted exactly 30 seconds before a shrill alert pierced the diner's evening quiet. Through May's front window, they could see a man at the far end of the car park, frantically pulling a second phone from his jacket. "That's Tony," May whispered, recognition dawning. "Mark's old college friend who started coming in for coffee last month." The IT specialist's message flashed on the burner phone. Emergency contact triggered. He's activated his backup surveillance. Stay calm. This is expected. Jenny's hands shook as she watched Tony pace in the snow, his phone pressed to his ear. Her own phone lay dark in airplane mode, the screen reflecting the diner's warm lights. "He has people watching me?" Her voice cracked. "Actual people?" "Network of spotters," the specialist messaged. "Usually friends, colleagues, or hired help. Standard pattern we've seen before." Mark's contact photo lit up Amy's phone, the first time he'd ever called her directly. "Don't answer," the specialist warned. "Stick to the plan. His next move will be calling mutual friends with concerns about Jenny's unusual behavior and worrying phone issues." Right on cue, Jenny's sister's number appeared on Amy's screen. Part 2. The Watcher's Web. The snow outside May's diner had turned into a proper February blizzard, nature providing perfect cover as Jenny and Amy huddled over the burner phone. The IT specialist's messages kept coming, each one revealing another layer of Mark's surveillance web. "Your regular booth isn't accidental," the latest message read. "Third table from the window gives clear sightlines from 4 different observation points. Check the regulars, particularly ones who arrived in the last 3 months." Jenny's librarian mind kicked into cataloguing mode as she scanned the diner. The elderly man with his crossword puzzle, who never seemed to complete it. The young woman with a laptop, always typing, never ordering more than coffee. The delivery guy, who took suspiciously long breaks. They're all... Jenny's voice trailed off as recognition dawned. "Part of his network," the specialist confirmed. "Standard surveillance pattern. He's built quite an elaborate system around your Thursday routine." May appeared with fresh coffee, her movements deliberately casual as she slipped them a note. "Back door clear. Car waiting, 5 minutes." The specialist's timing flashed on the burner phone. 23:45, his primary check-in. Currently showing your phone as charging at Amy's. Location loop holding steady. Through May's frosted windows, Jenny could make out the outline of a dark sedan, its engine running quietly in the snow. The specialist's message confirmed. "Your driver is Sarah Mitchell, former fiancée number 3. She knows every move in his playbook." The reality of that hit Jenny like a physical blow. Another woman, another victim, another life he'd tried to destroy. "She's the one who figured out his patterns," the specialist continued. "Tracked his surveillance network. Found the others. She'll take you somewhere safe." May's back door opened silently as a woman in her early 30s slipped in, snow dusting her dark wool coat. Her eyes met Jenny's with a recognition that went beyond their digital connection. The same haunted awareness, the same shattered trust. "The crossword man just got a text." Sarah's voice was low, professional. "We have 7 minutes before Mark's next drive-by. Ready?" Jenny stared at her, this woman who should have been a rival but was instead becoming a lifeline. Sarah's engagement ring was conspicuously absent, the pale band of skin telling its own story. "Did he?" Jenny's voice caught. "Did he track you too?" "Everything." Sarah's smile held no humor. "Down to my coffee order. But now, we track him." "Down." Sarah's command was barely a whisper as headlights swept across May's back windows. The familiar rumble of Mark's Audi Q7 crawled past the diner's service alley. Jenny's heart hammered against her ribs as she crouched behind the industrial freezer. Sarah's steady presence beside her, Amy pressed against the back door. The headlights paused, illuminating swirling snow in the February darkness. "Right on schedule," Sarah breathed, checking her watch. 23:52, his spontaneous checkup drive, always takes the same route, always slows at this exact spot. Through the frosted glass, Jenny could make out his silhouette at the wheel, the man she'd planned to marry, now a stranger conducting surveillance. Her phone lay charging at Amy's, playing its loop of normal Thursday patterns while she hid like a fugitive. Wait for it. Sarah's voice stayed steady as the Audi lingered. He'll call the diner in 3, 2. May's phone rang at the front counter, its sound muffled by distance and fear. Checking if you've left yet, Sarah explained. Standard procedure. May knows what to say. They could hear May's practiced response. Oh, Jenny and Amy? Left about 20 minutes ago. Their usual Thursday wrap-up. The Audi's engine revved slightly before continuing its patrol. Now, Sarah commanded, opening the back door to the swirling snow. We have exactly 40 seconds before his spotter at the corner reports in. Part 3. The Safe Network. Sarah's sedan glided silently through the snowstorm, her driving precise and purposeful. The warm interior felt like a confessional booth as she began explaining what Jenny had stumbled into. We call it the Underground. Sarah's eyes remained fixed on the road, scanning for tails. Started 6 months ago when Lauren, December bride, found Rachel's engagement photos. Now we have safe houses across 4 counties. The city lights faded behind them as they took back roads that seemed random but clearly followed a pattern. Each house belongs to someone he hurt, Sarah continued, her voice steady. Ex-girlfriends, former fiancés, women who caught on early. We've turned his own surveillance tactics against him. Jenny watched snowflakes dance in their headlights, each one carrying a piece of her old life away. How many? 17 confirmed victims in the past 3 years. 8 engagements, 4 planned weddings, all with different names, different stories, different lives. Sarah checked her mirrors with practiced precision. But we're organized now. Each safe house has its purpose, some for first nights like yours, others for longer stays, some just for meetings. The car turned onto a private drive, motion sensors clicking on to reveal a charming cottage nestled in the woods. Welcome to Haven House. Sarah pulled into a covered garage. Lauren's grandmother's place, first stop for new escapees. Mark thinks it was sold 2 years ago to a retired couple. First rule, Sarah began as they entered the cottage's warm interior. No phones except burners. Each one activated for exactly 72 hours, then destroyed. We rotate numbers every 3 days. The cottage looked perfectly ordinary. A grandmother's retreat, complete with quilted throws and family photos. But Jenny's librarian eye caught the subtle details. Military-grade locks, motion sensors disguised as vintage decor, and security cameras masked as quaint birdhouses. Second rule, no predictable patterns. Sarah moved through her briefing with practiced efficiency. We operate on a randomized schedule. Different safe houses, different routes, different times. Everything he taught us about routine, we use against him. She pulled out a leather-bound notebook, identical to the one the anonymous messenger had promised to bring to May's tomorrow. Third rule, documentation is everything. We track his movements the way he tracked us. Each woman adds her data, dates, locations, patterns. We've mapped his entire operation. The notebook opened to reveal meticulous charts, timestamps, and behavior patterns. Final rule, Sarah's voice softened slightly. You're never alone. There's always someone on watch, someone ready to move, someone monitoring his network. The same surveillance web he built to control us now keeps us safe from him. Jenny stared at the notebook, at the lives documented in painful detail. How? How do we end this? Tomorrow, Sarah smiled, and for the first time it reached her eyes. At May's, when all of us show up together. Chapter 3. The Network Awakens. Part 1. Morning Revelations. February 13th dawned grey and cold, snow still falling over the quiet woodlands surrounding Haven House. Jenny woke to the unfamiliar sound of women's voices downstairs. Quiet, determined, purposeful. Her phone lay charging at Amy's apartment, still running its carefully crafted loop of normal Friday morning patterns. In a few hours, Mark would make his usual coffee delivery, finding exactly what he expected. Everything normal, everything controlled, everything except her. Morning, Sarah appeared in the doorway, 2 steaming mugs in hand. Sleep well? Jenny accepted the coffee, noting how Sarah checked the windows with practiced ease even as she sat down. How many are here? 5 so far. Sarah's voice was steady. Lauren arrived at dawn, December bride. Rachel's driving in from Lakewood. 3 others are maintaining surveillance on Mark's morning routine. The cottage's security system hummed quietly as another car pulled into the garage. Sarah checked her tablet, nodding at the confirmation codes. That'll be Catherine, she said, standing. You should meet her. She was first, the one who started documenting everything 3 years ago, the one who taught us all how to disappear. Catherine entered like a winter storm, elegant, precise, and carrying an energy that commanded attention. Her silver-streaked hair and tailored clothes spoke of corporate success, but her eyes held the same watchful awareness Jenny was beginning to recognize in all of them. So, Catherine settled into an armchair, her British accent crisp in the morning quiet. You've met Marcus Peterson, or Mark Walker, or James Arlington, or whatever he's calling himself these days. Jenny's coffee cup froze halfway to her lips. Marcus Peterson? His real name, Catherine's smile held no warmth. Before he crafted all these other identities, I met him in London, 2022. He was a junior analyst at my firm, watching, learning, planning. I was the CEO he set his sights on. Sarah leaned against the doorframe, her posture deliberately casual but her eyes alert. Catherine taught us about his background. The patterns started long before any of us. Oxford dropout, Catherine continued, pulling out a worn leather portfolio. Changed his name legally 3 times. Created Marcus Peterson after his first attempt at this game got exposed in Manchester. He learned from that mistake, started building better covers, better stories. The portfolio opened to reveal newspaper clippings from British papers, smaller versions of the same scheme, each one more sophisticated than the last. He's not just a con man, Catherine's voice carried years of analysis. He's building something. Each woman, each identity, each engagement, it's all part of a larger network of influence and control. He made one crucial mistake with me. Catherine's voice took on a steel edge as she turned another page in her portfolio. He underestimated the power of a woman who built her own security firm. The morning snow created a hushed backdrop as Catherine revealed her escape story, each detail a masterclass in corporate warfare. August 2022. He'd orchestrated everything perfectly. The engagement announcement in the Financial Times, the merger talks, the carefully crafted image of a power couple, but he slipped up during a board meeting. Sarah moved to the window, her surveillance habits now second nature, as Catherine continued. One of his aliases pinged on my company's background check system, a routine security sweep he didn't know about. By the time he realized, I'd already activated my own surveillance network. Jenny leaned forward, recognizing the tactical precision she'd seen in Sarah's driving. You tracked him? Better, Catherine's smile finally reached her eyes. I let him think he was still tracking me. For 6 weeks, I fed him exactly what he expected, the perfect, controlled routine of a woman under his surveillance. Meanwhile, she pulled out a series of photographs, Marcus Peterson with different women, different names, different lives, all documented with professional precision. I built this network. She gestured to the cottage, to the women gathering downstairs. Each safe house, each escape route, each counter-surveillance measure, everything he taught us about control, weaponized against him. Part 2. Patterns and Purpose. The cottage's living room had transformed into a war room as more women arrived. Maps, documents, and surveillance photos covered every surface, each piece telling part of a larger story. The question isn't how he does it, Lauren, the December bride, spread out financial records across the coffee table. We know his methods. The question is why? What's the end game? Jenny studied the evidence before her. Each woman represented different spheres of influence. Catherine's security firm, Rachel's banking connections, Sarah's tech industry links, her own position at the Central Library's historical archives. Look at the pattern, Catherine pointed to a timeline they'd constructed. Banking, tech, security, information systems. He's not just collecting fiancés. He's collecting access, Sarah finished, her analyst's mind clicking pieces into place. Each relationship opens doors. Each engagement creates connections. Each wedding would have merged families with influence. Lauren pulled up her laptop, displaying a complex network diagram. Every woman here holds a position with access to sensitive systems or information. The library's historical archives, the bank's security protocols, tech industry trade secrets. He's building something, Jenny whispered, her librarian's eye for patterns catching the connections, or working for someone who is. The room fell silent as implications settled like the snow outside. Jenny stood up from the evidence-covered table, her decision crystallizing like frost on the cottage windows. I need to go back. The room fell silent. Sarah's coffee cup froze halfway to her lips, while Catherine's eyes narrowed with calculated assessment. He doesn't know I know, Jenny continued, her librarian's precision taking over. I have access he still trusts, a position he still thinks he controls. It's too dangerous, Lauren started, but Catherine raised a hand, her security expert's mind clearly racing. She's right, Catherine's British accent cut through the tension. We've been watching from the outside, following breadcrumbs, but Jenny… I'm still inside his perfect routine, Jenny finished, still part of whatever he's building, and now I know what to look for. Sarah moved to the window, her surveillance habits showing in her stance. You'd need to maintain absolute normalcy. One slip, one wrong reaction. I've been cataloguing and cross-referencing information my entire career, Jenny's voice held steady. Let me be your inside source. Let me help dismantle whatever he's creating. Catherine opened her tactical notebook. If we do this, we do it properly. Full protocol. Every step planned. Every contingency covered. The conference, Sarah snapped her fingers, pulling up the Edinburgh Library Symposium details on her tablet. It's perfect. You are already considering it. Catherine's tactical mind engaged immediately. How long? 5 days, Jenny confirmed, watching as the women around her shifted into strategic mode. International archives and digital integration. Mark actually encouraged me to attend months ago. Of course he did, Lauren's bitter laugh held understanding. Perfect cover for networking with other information specialists. Sarah began crafting the narrative, her corporate experience showing. You received last-minute funding approval yesterday. Emergency registration deadline. Had to decide quickly. Left your phone at Amy's during your excitement. The morning coffee delivery, Catherine nodded, checking her watch. He'll be at Amy's in 2 hours, expecting to find you groggy from your regular Thursday night routine. Amy tells him about the conference funding, Sarah continued. Shows him your excited texts, your spontaneous decision that he'll think he influenced months ago. Meanwhile, Catherine pulled out a sleek laptop. We create a perfect paper trail. Funding approval, registration confirmation, hotel booking, everything he'll check because he will check. Jenny watched them work, these women who'd turned their pain into precision, their betrayal into tactical advantage. The best lies, Catherine smiled grimly, are the ones they think they orchestrated themselves. Part 3. The Return, Saturday morning, 10:24. Jenny stood in her and Mark's apartment, every detail exactly as she'd left it Thursday night. Her conference bag packed with calculated casualness by the door, her phone restored and placing her perfectly within his expected patterns. The past 36 hours felt like a fever dream, but the burner phone hidden in her conference materials grounded her in reality. Catherine's voice echoed in her memory. Notice everything. Question everything, but react to nothing. Mark's morning routine played out with theatrical precision. Coffee delivery to Amy's, excited discussion about the conference, proud encouragement of her professional development. Each moment a performance she now saw with devastating clarity. I'll miss you, he kissed her forehead, his designer watch catching the morning light, the same model she'd seen in James the Architect's engagement photos. But this is a fantastic opportunity. I always said you should attend more international conferences. You did, Jenny smiled, letting him see the gratitude he expected. Inside, her mind catalogued every detail with professional precision, always looking out for my career. Her laptop pinged, the conference organizer's final itinerary, created by Catherine's team, perfect down to the Edinburgh University letterhead. I was so excited, I could barely sleep at Amy's. Jenny explained, the carefully crafted story flowing naturally as she moved around their kitchen. You know how I get with professional opportunities. Mark leaned against the counter, watching her with what she now recognized as calculated attention. His casual Saturday morning appearance, designer joggers and that perfectly worn Harvard t-shirt, felt like a costume. Amy mentioned you were quite enthusiastic, he smiled. Checking his phone in that absent way, she now knew meant surveillance monitoring. Though I'm sorry you missed our morning coffee yesterday. Jenny let the right amount of professional guilt cross her face. I know. I felt terrible, But the funding deadline was absolute, and after 3 cups of celebration wine with Amy. Of course, he chuckled, exactly as Catherine had predicted. Though you could have come home, I'd have helped with the registration. Oh, you know me and wine. Jenny moved to the coffee maker, hiding her expression. Once Amy started helping with the travel arrangements, I could barely keep my eyes open. Didn't want to disturb your early meeting. The burner phone in her conference bag felt like a lifeline as she maintained the performance. Every movement, every explanation, every reaction choreographed during those hours at Haven House. Mark's approach shifted, his movements taking on that familiar, intimate pattern she'd once found so endearing. Now every gesture felt choreographed, each loving look a calculated performance. 2 days without you, he murmured, fingers trailing down her arm. And now 5 more to come. Jenny allowed herself to be guided toward their bedroom, Catherine's words echoing in her mind. Every routine must appear unchanged, especially the intimate ones. The morning light filtered through their bedroom curtains. Curtains he'd chosen, she now realized, positioned perfectly for the building opposite. Their private moments perhaps not so private after all. She played her role flawlessly, letting her librarian's mask of quiet passion hide the analytical mind beneath. Each kiss, each touch, each moment of supposed reconciliation became an exercise in tactical deception. His spontaneous passion followed the same patterns she'd documented countless times before, but now she saw them for what they were, carefully crafted scenes in his ongoing performance. He pulled her against him, the familiar scent of his cologne, sandalwood and something sharper, something that now smelled suspiciously like deceit, filling her nostrils. His kiss, once a spark that ignited her soul, felt like a cold calculation, his lips pressing against hers with a practiced possessiveness that made her skin crawl. 5 more days, he'd said, but was it just her he was speaking to, or rehearsing for a different, more receptive audience? She forced herself to respond, mimicking the soft moans he expected, the arch of her back a deliberate performance. His hands moved down her body, tracing the familiar landscape, but tonight she felt nothing but a hollow emptiness, each touch like a brand searing the image of his betrayal onto her skin. Did they feel her, see her face when he touched them? He pushed her down onto the silk sheets, the fabric a mocking caress against her burning skin. Morning light, which once painted their bedroom in hues of hope, now felt like a spotlight, cruelly highlighting every flaw, every carefully constructed deception etched into the lines of his face. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately willing herself to feel something. A flicker of desire, a spark of recognition, anything to combat the icy disgust that threatened to freeze her from the inside out. How could you? The unspoken question screamed in her mind. The rhythmic creak of the bed became a jarring symphony of her own destruction, each push and pull a brutal echo of his betrayal. It wasn't the sound of lovemaking, but the agonizing death knell of their marriage. A bitter, metallic taste clawed its way up her throat, betrayal and bile, swirling together, indistinguishable. She swallowed hard, fighting back the urge to retch. "Don't you feel anything?" She wanted to scream, to rip the facade from his face and expose the cold, calculating monster beneath. But Catherine's words echoed in her mind. Every routine must appear unchanged. So she remained silent, a statue of feigned passion, while her heart shattered into a million irreparable pieces. The weight of his body on top of her felt like a crushing burden, a physical manifestation of the lies he'd layered upon their life. Every breath he took seemed to steal the air from her lungs, leaving her gasping for something real, something honest. Inside, she was screaming. Inside, she was clawing her way out of the wreckage of their love. But on the outside, she was a picture of serene surrender. A canvas painted with lies, waiting for the moment to expose the masterpiece of deceit that lay beneath. She squeezed her eyes tighter, desperately summoning the memory of him, the Mark she'd fallen in love with, the Mark who'd held her hand and promised forever. She conjured images of their first dance, the warmth of his hand in hers, the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed. She tried to recapture those sensations, to wrap herself in the ghost of their former love, but the reality was too stark, too jagged to ignore. It was like trying to grasp smoke. each attempt dissolving into ashes. He pounded into her, a relentless, mechanical rhythm that mocked the tenderness they'd once shared. Each thrust was a hammer blow against the crumbling foundation of their marriage, each groan a twisted parody of pleasure. The rhythm echoed, repeating, a constant, maddening beat in the soundtrack of her betrayal. "Mark," she choked out, the word a dry rasp in her throat, more statement than endearment. "Don't you feel anything?" he grunted, his grip tightening on her hips. "What do you mean?" The question was barely audible, lost in the force of his movements, but she heard it all the same. Was he mocking her? Daring her to expose her pain? She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to maintain the charade. It feels different." A pause almost imperceptible before he resumed his relentless assault. "It's been a stressful few weeks, Jenny. Just relax. How could she relax when she was lying beneath a man who was systematically dismantling her life? Her mind became a kaleidoscope of horrors. Catherine's tear-streaked face, a mirror reflecting her own future despair. The cold, impersonal documents detailing his elaborate web of lies, each page a knife twisting in her gut. And the faces of the other women, shimmering like ghosts in the periphery, their silent judgment, a condemnation she couldn't escape. They were all there, in the room with her, a spectral audience to her humiliation, witnesses to the final, agonizing death of her love. As he climaxed with a guttural moan that sounded more like a primal victory cry than a release of pleasure, Jenny felt utterly, devastatingly, nothing. A frigid Arctic blast swept through her core, extinguishing the last embers of warmth, leaving behind a hollow void where love, desire, and even anger had once burned bright. Her body was a numb, unresponsive vessel, a mere instrument in his charade. She opened her eyes, the ceiling a vast, indifferent expanse above her. A single tear, heavy with grief and resentment, escaped and traced a frigid path down her cheek, a wet testament to the desolation within. She was a prisoner in her own life, a puppet on strings she hadn't even realized were there, trapped, suffocating, and utterly alone. She was a performer in a cruel, twisted play, forced to act out a love scene with a man she no longer recognized, a stranger who wore her husband's face like a mask. "I hate you," she wanted to scream, but the sound died in her throat, strangled by the weight of her deception. Instead, she forced a shallow breath and feigned a satisfied sigh, the sound grating against her own ears. "That was good," she whispered, the words a hollow echo of the truth. He shifted beside her, his breathing ragged, a smug satisfaction radiating from him like a heat wave. He was fooled. He actually believed her performance. It was then, in that moment of utter despair, that something hardened within her. The grief transformed into a cold, unwavering resolve. She would play her part perfectly, lure him into a false sense of security, wrap him in the comforting delusion of her love, and then, at the precise calculated moment, she would tear away the curtain and expose his lies for the world to see. The stage was set. The players were in place, and the final act, bloody and brutal, was about to begin. The applause, she knew, would be deafening. Later, as he dozed with practiced contentment, Jenny slipped from the bed to pack her last-minute conference items, her mind already cataloguing every detail for the network's records. Chapter 4. Threads. Unraveling. Part 1. Edinburgh arrival. Sunday, February 16th, 2025. Edinburgh Airport, 14:35 local time. The Scottish winter wind cut through Jenny's coat as she exited Edinburgh Airport, her conference bag holding more secrets than academic materials. Mark's goodbye at Heathrow had been a masterclass in devoted fiancé behaviour, right down to the surprise gift of a new laptop bag. Perfect for networking, he'd said, his kiss perfectly calculated for public display. The bag, now thoroughly swept for tracking devices by Catherine's team during her London layover, sat innocently beside her. Her official conference hotel room was booked and monitored. Her actual accommodation, a safe house in the historic district, waited with Catherine's Edinburgh team. 2 parallel lives, just like the man who'd taught her how to create them. Her phone chirped with Mark's expected check-in text. "Landed safely, darling? Can't wait to hear about the opening reception tonight." The reception she'd never attend, but would appear to through carefully crafted digital footprints. "Just landed," she replied, watching the delivery confirmation that she knew he monitored. Hotel shuttle waiting. So excited. Jenny's steps faltered as she spotted the information desk at the airport terminal. A young woman with a bright smile was helping travelers, her red scarf perfectly matching the airport's corporate colors. Too perfectly. The pattern clicked into place, the same technique Mark had used with Tony at May's diner. Plant someone who looks like they belong, someone whose position provides perfect surveillance coverage. Her librarian's mind flashed back to Haven House briefings. Sarah's voice. He places watchers in information points. Help desks. Reception areas. Places where they can track movements without suspicion. Jenny adjusted her route, remembering Catherine's training. Never break stride. Never show recognition. File the information and maintain course. Her phone buzzed with another text from Mark. Don't forget to check in at the information desk. They have welcome packets for conference attendees. Of course, he'd arranged it all in advance. She typed back with calculated enthusiasm. Thanks for the tip. Always thinking of everything. Instead of approaching the desk, she joined a tourist group heading for the taxi rank. Catherine's voice in her memory. Use crowds as cover. Let others collect the packets. Every deviation must appear accidental. The grey suit caught her attention first. Perfectly tailored, perfectly bland, perfectly positioned to appear random. He matched the airport crowd while maintaining clear sightlines to her position. Another signature from Mark's playbook. Jenny kept her pace steady, her heart drumming against her ribs as she wove through the terminal. The tourist group provided cover, but she could feel his presence shifting in her periphery. Always there, always watching. Her phone buzzed. Mark again. Hope you're not getting lost in the terminal, darling. Terminal 2 can be confusing. He knew exactly where she was. The grey suit was joined by another, brown leather jacket, Edinburgh University lanyard. They were herding her, she realized, directing her path subtly toward the information desk with its red-scarfed watcher. Catherine's training kicked in. Never run, never hide, change course naturally. She diverted toward a coffee shop, letting a family with luggage trolleys separate her from her shadows. The grey suit adjusted, brown jacket circled wide. Her pulse quickened as she spotted their pattern, standard surveillance triangulation. They were closing the net, coordinating through seemingly casual gestures. The exit doors gleamed ahead, salvation in reinforced glass. Jenny calculated her trajectory, timing her approach with a surge of deplaning passengers. Just 3 more steps. The impact caught her completely off guard. Solid, warm human. Her conference bag slipped, papers scattering across the terminal floor as she collided with a tall figure stepping through the doors. I'm so terribly sorry. A deep voice with a Scottish lilt caught her elbow, steadying her. Let me help you with those. Part 2. The Unexpected Ally. They're watching you, aren't they? The Scottish voice dropped to barely a whisper as he helped gather her scattered papers. His movements were casual, unhurried, but his grey eyes held sharp intelligence as they flickered toward her shadows. Jenny's hands trembled slightly as she reached for her conference schedule, the false one created by Catherine's team. The stranger's large frame shielded her from direct view as the grey suit and brown jacket hovered at the edges of her vision. I'm Detective Inspector McLean, he murmured, stacking papers with deliberate slowness. And those 2 have been following you since baggage claim. Professional job, too. Her pulse quickened, but Catherine's training held. Never confirm, never deny, never trust unexpected interventions. I don't, she began, but he shook his head minutely. Your reaction to them was too practiced, he continued softly, helping her to her feet. And they're too good to be common harassers. Financial Crimes Division has been watching similar patterns at Edinburgh conferences lately. The terminal's ambient noise covered their conversation as he guided her toward the taxi rank, his badge discreetly visible beneath his coat. The question is, he handed her the last of her papers, are you running from them or working with them? The grey suit made his first mistake, a too sudden movement as a new group of passengers emerged from customs. McLean's eyes narrowed at the break in their professional pattern. Interesting, he murmured, subtly positioning himself between Jenny and her watchers. They're not local, too rigid for our usual surveillance teams. Private sector, I'd wager. Jenny maintained her confused tourist facade, but her mind raced. The detective's observations matched Catherine's briefing about Mark's preferred contractors, ex-military precision without local flexibility. 3 similar cases in the past month, McLean continued, guiding her toward the taxi rank with casual authority. Professional women arriving for financial or tech conferences, each one with shadows, each one connected to a series of interesting investment patterns. The brown jacket had disappeared entirely, a concerning deviation from standard procedure. Jenny's training from Haven House screamed warning signals. The last one, McLean's voice dropped lower, was supposed to attend a quantum computing symposium, never made it to a hotel, turned up 3 days later with no memory of the conference and her access credentials compromised. A chill ran through Jenny that had nothing to do with the Scottish winter. The pattern was bigger than they'd thought. "Your watchers," he nodded subtly toward the grey suit, now speaking urgently into what appeared to be a coffee cup. "They're not just surveillance, they're collection teams." The grey suit made his first mistake, a too sudden movement as a new group of passengers emerged from customs. McLean's eyes narrowed at the break in their professional pattern. "Interesting," he murmured, subtly positioning himself between Jenny and her watchers. "They're not local. Too rigid for our usual surveillance teams. Private sector, I'd wager." Jenny maintained her confused tourist facade, but her mind raced. The detective's observations matched Catherine's briefing about Mark's preferred contractors, ex-military precision without local flexibility. 3 similar cases in the past month, McLean continued, guiding her toward the taxi rank with casual authority. Professional women arriving for archive and banking conferences, each one with shadows, each one connected to a series of interesting data breaches. The brown jacket had disappeared entirely, a concerning deviation from standard procedure. Jenny's training from Haven House screamed warning signals. The last one, McLean's voice dropped lower, was an archivist from the Bank of England. Never made it to a hotel. Turned up 3 days later with no memory of the conference and her security clearance compromised. A chill ran through Jenny that had nothing to do with the Scottish winter. The pattern was bigger than they'd thought. "Your watchers," he nodded subtly toward the grey suit, now speaking urgently into what appeared to be a coffee cup. "They're not just surveillance. They're collection teams." McLean's hand rested lightly on her elbow as they approached the taxi rank, his casual stance belying his alert presence. The grey suit had vanished, which Jenny knew was more concerning than his presence. Right then, McLean's Scottish burr softened further. "I've got a secure vehicle waiting. Not marked. We've learned to be discreet with these cases. If you'll trust me?" Jenny hesitated, Catherine's warnings about unexpected interventions warring with her instincts about the detective. His next words decided her. "Your watchers," he murmured. "They're using the same protocols we documented in the Standard Life Bank case last month. Same approach we saw at the Royal Museum archives. I'm heading the task force on information theft rings targeting cultural and financial institutions." He produced a warrant card with practiced subtlety. "We can protect you. Already have a safe house set up near the Royal Mile, walking distance to your conference, but off their known surveillance routes." The grey suit reappeared at the terminal doors, now accompanied by 2 others in casual business wear. Their formation was textbook Mark, a triangulation pattern designed to herd targets. "Decide quickly," McLean's voice held quiet urgency. "My team's already in position, but we need to move before their backup arrives." Part 3. Terminal Velocity, 1550, Edinburgh Airport Terminal 2. Everything happened at once. The grey suits team surged forward, their casual facade dropping as they moved with military precision. McLean's hand tightened on Jenny's elbow as he smoothly changed direction. "Side exit," he murmured, guiding her past a coffee kiosk. "My team's got the perimeter." Jenny clutched her conference bag, her heart thundering as they wove through crowds of tourists. Mark's training had taught her to watch for pursuit patterns. Now she used that knowledge to evade them. "Down," McLean ordered softly as they passed under a departure board. Perfect timing, the pursuers' sightlines blocked by a passing tour group with oversized luggage. The grey suit's voice carried over the terminal noise. "Target moving west. Corridor 7, backup required. They slipped through a service door, McLean's warrant card granting instant access. The fluorescent-lit corridor stretched ahead, their footsteps echoing on industrial tiles. "They'll expect us to take the service exit." McLean's voice remained steady as they moved. "So we won't." A crash behind them, the service door flying open. The chase was on. A cleaning trolley blocked the narrow corridor ahead, two workers in airport uniforms methodically mopping the floor. McLean's stride didn't falter as they approached. "Excuse me, loves," he called out in a perfect London accent, completely different from his earlier Scottish burr. "Health and safety inspection. Need immediate access." Jenny's heart nearly stopped as one worker looked up, and she caught the briefest flash of recognition. The woman's face was unfamiliar, but her movements, the same practiced efficiency she'd seen at Haven House. Catherine's network. Had to be. The workers moved their trolley with practiced clumsiness, creating a temporary barrier behind Jenny and McLean just as their pursuers rounded the corner. "Terribly sorry," the second worker called out, her mop water accidentally spilling across the corridor floor. "Bit of a mess here." The pursuing footsteps faltered, forced to slow on the suddenly slick surface. "Left here," McLean guided Jenny through a maintenance door. "Your friends are quite well connected." "My friends?" Jenny kept her voice neutral, even as relief flooded through her. "Let's just say," McLean's Scottish accent returned as they emerged into a vehicle service tunnel. "Catherine sends her regards." 8-person team, McLean assessed as they moved swiftly through the service tunnel. Grey suit and brown jacket were just spotters. The real extraction team was waiting in arrivals. The tunnel's emergency lights cast strange shadows as they moved. Jenny's training from Haven House helped her recognize the full tactical pattern now unfolding behind them. "Professional contractors," McLean continued, checking his phone briefly. "Ex-military, likely Eastern European, based on their movement protocols. They're not here to follow, they're here to acquire." Jenny's mind raced through the implications. "How many teams?" "3 at the airport," he replied, his Scottish burr mixing with tactical precision. 2 more at the conference hotel, 1 at each alternative accommodation within a mile radius. They weren't just expecting you. They were expecting me to run, Jenny finished, remembering Mark's meticulous planning. Standard containment protocol. Exactly, but they weren't expecting. McLean paused at a service exit, checking something on his phone. The combined resources of Edinburgh financial crimes, Catherine's security network, and a sleek black car pulled up outside the exit, its driver a familiar face from Haven House, and a rather motivated group of women who are quite tired of being hunted. Chapter 5, Connecting Threads, Part 1, The Debrief. 15:55, Edinburgh outskirts rain had started to fall over the Scottish capital as their car wound through the narrow streets of the old town. Jenny watched droplets trace patterns on the bulletproof glass, each one reflecting the city's ancient streetlights. "Catherine called me 3 years ago," McLean began, his accent settling back into its natural Edinburgh lilt. "Right after your Marcus Peterson's first attempt at infiltrating Standard Life Bank. She'd traced similar patterns across European financial institutions." The car turned down a cobbled side street, taking a route Jenny recognized from Catherine's briefing maps, designed to expose any tale. "I was investigating a series of data breaches," he continued, checking his secure phone. "Private banking clients, archive access, historical records, all compromised after professional women in key positions suddenly disappeared during conferences." Jenny's librarian mind catalogued each detail, and Catherine connected the dots. She'd already started building the network by then. Safe houses, extraction protocols, counter-surveillance teams, but she needed legitimate law enforcement connections. Especially here in Edinburgh where... He paused, sharing a meaningful look with their driver, another Haven House graduate. "Where the old banking families still control access to centuries of financial data. Data that's still stored in historical archives. Archives that your conference, officially about digital integration, is designed to access." The car turned onto the Royal Mile, Edinburgh Castle looming through the misty rain, like a watchful guardian. Who is he really working for? Jenny's question hung in the damp air. This is too big for one man's con game, too organized. 2, she gestured at the pursuing teams they'd evaded. Professional. McLean's face grew serious in the passing streetlights. That's the real question that brought Catherine to me. Marcus Peterson, Mark Walker, James Arlington, they're just field operators. Well-trained, sophisticated ones, but still just pieces in a larger game. The car descended into the grass market, ancient buildings pressing close on either side. We've traced similar operations across Europe, he continued, pulling out a secure tablet. Frankfurt, Zurich, London, always targeting women in positions with access to historical financial records, banking families' private archives, investment histories going back centuries. But why? Jenny's librarian instincts kicked in. Most of those records are already digitized. Are they? McLean's eyes held a knowing look. Or are those digital records just what certain parties want people to see? The real histories, the handwritten ledgers, the private correspondence, the true ownership chains, they're still in physical archives. Archives that people like you have access to. The car stopped at a red light, and McLean lowered his voice. Someone's trying to rewrite financial history, and they're using men like Mark to get access through the women who guard it. Jenny's hands went cold as she opened her conference bag. The security upgrades at the library last month weren't just routine, McLean finished, watching as she pulled out her work ID. Your archives hold the original documentation of 3 major European banking families' merger in 1872, records that could affect current ownership claims worth billions. Mark pushed for me to digitize those records, Jenny whispered, remembering his casual suggestions. Said it would make a brilliant conference presentation. McLean's tablet lit up with an urgent alert. They're trying to access your credentials now. Remote attempts using your library login. The car turned down a narrow close, centuries-old walls pressing in on either side as rain drummed on the roof. The upgrades were Catherine's doing, McLean explained. After we identified your library as a target, but Mark doesn't know that. He thinks the new security system is vulnerable too. Thursday night access, Jenny's librarian mind raced ahead. When I always stay late to catalogue, when he brings me dinner and coffee, and installs backdoor access while you're working, McLean nodded grimly. But Catherine's team replaced the actual system. They've been feeding his group false access points for weeks. The car emerged onto a quiet square, Georgian buildings rising through the mist. The question is, McLean checked another alert, what's in those 1872 records that's worth all this? Part 2, Shadows in the Rain. 2002, Edinburgh Old Town. Black Range Rover, the driver announced quietly, her Haven House training evident in her calm assessment. 3 cars back, been with us since Princes Street. Jenny's pulse quickened as she glimpsed the vehicle through the rain-streaked window. Its headlights held steady despite their evasive route through Edinburgh's medieval maze. Not Mark's usual team, McLean observed, his phone displaying a tactical map of the old town. Different approach pattern. More local. The car slipped down another narrow close, ancient stones glistening in the February rain. The Range Rover followed, its bulk barely fitting between the historic buildings. They know these streets, their driver noted, taking another sharp turn. Edinburgh natives, not the airport team. McLean's expression darkened. Mark's not the only one with networks. Someone else is very interested in your arrival at the archives. The Range Rover's headlights disappeared momentarily, then reappeared in their mirror, now joined by a second vehicle. They're not trying to catch us, Jenny realized, her librarian's pattern recognition clicking into place. They're herding us toward North Bridge, McLean finished grimly. Question is, who are they working for? North Bridge isn't just a route. McLean's voice tightened as their car swerved down another close. It's directly above the vaults. Jenny's archival knowledge sparked. The underground chambers? The ones used by banks in the 1800s? Aye, and still used. McLean checked his tactical display as they emerged onto High Street. The old banking families never completely abandoned them. There's a secure archive facility beneath the bridge, connected to the original vault network. The Range Rover's headlights loomed closer, the second vehicle moving to block their retreat route. Those merger documents you mentioned, McLean continued, they're not just in your library. There's a second set, the real set, stored in the vaults. The digital records, the ones in public archives, they're forgeries. Rain hammered against the windows as their driver executed another evasive turn. The pursuing vehicles matched their movement with practiced precision. "Someone's trying to force us toward the vault access point," their driver announced, checking her mirrors. "They want us underground, where the original merger papers would prove." McLean's voice was grim. "That certain current banking empires are built on falsified claims from 1872. The Range Rover's high beams flashed. A signal. 2043, Edinburgh Old Town. The impact came out of nowhere, a black Mercedes appearing from a side close like an avenging angel, ramming the first Range Rover with surgical precision. The sound of crumpling metal and squealing brakes echoed off the ancient stones as both vehicles skidded in the rain-slicked cobblestones. "Catherine's team," McLean confirmed, watching as the second pursuing vehicle swerved desperately to avoid the collision, mounting the pavement and becoming wedged between a lamppost and a building's stone corner. Their own driver didn't hesitate, accelerating smoothly past the chaos. In the rearview mirror, Jenny caught glimpses of figures emerging from the Mercedes, moving with the same practiced efficiency she'd seen at Haven House. "Clean block," their driver assessed professionally. "They'll have both teams contained for at least 10 minutes. Long enough." McLean was already on his secure phone. "But someone wanted us in those vaults badly enough to risk a public pursuit. That's not Mark's style." Through the rain-streaked window, Jenny watched Edinburgh Castle loom overhead, its ancient walls bearing witness to yet another battle in the city's long history of financial intrigue. Part 3. Trust. Fall 2045, Royal Mile, Edinburgh. Rain cascaded down the ancient walls as their car slowed near a darkened close. McLean turned to Jenny, his face half-shadowed in the dim streetlight. "Do you trust me?" His Scottish burr was soft but urgent. "Because what I'm about to suggest goes against every security protocol Catherine taught you." Through the rear window, Jenny could see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles converging on the crash site. Their driver maintained a steady pace, appearing to any watchers as a car simply navigating around the incident. "The car will continue towards Holyrood," McLean explained quietly. "Standard evacuation protocol. They'll be expecting us to stay with our security." Jenny studied his face, remembering Catherine's lessons about trust and instinct. "And instead, he glanced at the narrow close beside them, "we disappear into Old Town. The city herself becomes our cover." The car slowed imperceptibly near a shadowed doorway. Their driver's eyes met Jenny's in the mirror, steady, professional, understanding. "Your choice," McLean's hand rested lightly on the door handle. "But we need to decide now." Jenny thought of Mark, of his perfectly orchestrated plans, of how he always knew exactly where she would be. "Sometimes," she whispered, reaching for her door handle, "the best move is the one they'd never expect." 2047, Old Town. Edinburgh. The close swallowed them into medieval Edinburgh's embrace, their footsteps silent on rain-slicked cobblestones. Above, their car continued its steady path toward Holyrood, playing its part in the deception. "The closes," Jenny whispered as they moved deeper into the ancient maze. "They're not just alleys. The entire Old Town is connected underground." McLean's eyebrows rose slightly as they ducked through a vaulted passage. "You know the network?" "Librarian," she reminded him with a ghost of a smile. "Edinburgh's underground city is my specialty. These passages." She guided them left, then right, descending worn stone steps. They were the real arteries of commerce. While the bankers conducted business above, their real transactions happened here. They emerged into a broader passage, centuries-old walls pressing close. Jenny's hand traced the damp stone, feeling the history beneath her fingers. "The vaults they're so interested in? They're just the official routes, but the real network." She paused at an unmarked intersection, orienting herself. "The medieval merchants built their own paths, ones that aren't on any modern maps." McLean watched her with new appreciation as she confidently chose their path. "And you know these routes?" "I've spent 3 years cataloguing the original Merchant Guild records." Jenny's voice held quiet pride. "Records Mark never knew I was studying." 2049, Edinburgh Underground. Their footsteps echoed softly through the medieval passage when Jenny suddenly froze, grabbing McLean's arm. Ahead, voices murmured in the darkness, multiple people speaking in hushed tones where there should have been only centuries-old silence. Not maintenance, McLean breathed, his body tensing. Wrong time, wrong section. Jenny pressed them both into a shadowed alcove, her knowledge of the passages proving invaluable. The voices grew closer, at least 4 people, their footsteps suggesting professional movement patterns. Eastern European, McLean mouthed silently, confirming her fears. The airport team had somehow known about these unofficial routes. The group's torch beams swept the ancient walls, coming dangerously close to their hiding spot. Jenny's mind raced through her mental map of the network. There was another route. If they could just... She squeezed McLean's arm twice, then pointed to a barely visible archway behind them. The merchant's escape route, used centuries ago for exactly this purpose. But as they began to slowly edge backward, one of the voices ahead switched to clear English. Check every alcove. They have to be here somewhere. 2052, Edinburgh Underground. The close swallowed them into medieval Edinburgh's embrace, their footsteps silent on rain-slicked cobblestones. Above, their car continued its steady path toward Holyrood, playing its part in the deception. Through the winding passages they moved, Jenny's intimate knowledge of the underground network guiding them deeper into the city's ancient heart. Past Victorian drainage works, through merchant guild shortcuts, beneath the feet of tourists who never suspected the real history flowing beneath Edinburgh's streets. Wait, Jenny whispered, pulling McLean into a shadow. Voices ahead, multiple sets of footsteps where there should be none. They pressed themselves against damp stone, trying to become one with the centuries-old walls. The voices grew closer, professional, purposeful, speaking in Eastern European accents. Jenny's eyes found a massive pipe, a relic of Victorian engineering. She nudged McLean, pointing to the minimal cover it provided. Their only option. They were halfway to it when the first torch beam cut through the darkness behind them, then another from ahead. As they ducked behind the pipe, Jenny's heart stopped. A third beam, impossibly bright, caught them in its merciless glare. Well, a voice cut through the underground mist. What do we have here? Chapter 6, Underground Chaos. Part 1, Nature's Intervention, to 52, Edinburgh Underground. Got them. The torchbearer's triumphant call echoed off ancient stones. Against the Victorian line. His victory was cut short by an explosive burst of fur and fury from a crumbling drain. Procliatier, he screamed as the massive rat launched itself at his chest. What the f... Shoot it! Another voice, deeper, more authoritative. Just shoot the bloody... A streak of black fur interrupted the command, accompanied by a feral war cry that only Edinburgh's underground cats could produce. Don't shoot in here, you fool, the ricock. Now, McLean breathed against Jenny's ear, while the cat's got his face. Get it off! Get it off my face! Left tunnel, Jenny whispered back, her lips barely moving. Merchant's escape route. Hold still, I can't. The cat or him? A third voice, panicked. Both! Either! Just... Blyad! Its claws are in my... The chaos behind them provided perfect cover as they crept towards the hidden passage. Bloody hell! It's gone for his eyes. The rat or the cat? Both. They're working together. The torch clattered against cobblestones, its beam creating wild shadows as chaos erupted. Where's the target? Jenny's hand found the edge of the concealed doorway as more shouts echoed through the vaults. Someone grabbed that torch. I'm not grabbing anything. That rat's the size of a small dog. Forget the target. This demon cat is. The rat's coming back. Mind the claws, Dimitri. Mind the... It's eating my tactical vest. A symphony of hisses and scrabbling claws drowned out the tactical commands, punctuated by increasingly creative multilingual cursing. Control, we have a situation. A situation. We're being attacked by the bloody local wildlife. McLean and Jenny slipped through the narrow opening just as someone managed to retrieve the fallen torch. The cat's got Dimitri's face. The rat's bigger than the cat. Where's the targets? Check the pipe. I'm not checking anything until someone deals with this. This demon cat. The ancient door sealed silently behind them, centuries of mechanical precision still perfect in its craftsmanship. Through the thick stone, they could hear the muffled chaos continuing. Did that really just happen? Jenny whispered as they moved deeper into the merchant's passage. Welcome to Edinburgh. McLean's voice held suppressed laughter. where even the local wildlife has picked a side. 2101, Old Town, Edinburgh. The Thistle and Crown, McLean murmured as they slipped through the hostel's back entrance, his contact's key working smoothly in the ancient lock. Not exactly five-star accommodation, but no one would look for us here, Jenny finished, following him up creaking stairs to a tiny room tucked under the eaves. The single bed with its worn tartan blanket looked like heaven after their underground escape. Sorry about the sleeping arrangements, he offered, but exhaustion had stripped away any awkwardness. They both collapsed onto the narrow mattress, still breathing heavily from their climb through the old town's steep closes. I can't believe we were saved by a rat and a cat. Jenny laughed softly, her professional composure finally cracking. Edinburgh rats, McLean chuckled, his Scottish burr deeper with fatigue. Bigger than some dogs I've known. Been down there since the plague years, ruling their underground empire. The cat, though, Jenny turned her head to look at him, their shoulders touching in the narrow space. That was convenient? His grey eyes met hers, professional assessment warring with something warmer. Perhaps too convenient. You think? Jenny's librarian mind started connecting dots. Catherine's network is creative, he smiled, then winced as he shifted. Though I doubt even she could train that rat. 23. The Thistle and Crown Hostel. The ancient radiator ticked softly in the quiet room, casting a gentle warmth over their exhausted bodies. Outside, Edinburgh's rain continued its steady percussion against centuries-old slate tiles. Thank you, Jenny whispered, turning to face him properly. For the airport, the underground, she gestured vaguely at their hiding place. All of this. Just doing my job, McLean murmured, but his Scottish burr had softened to something more personal. In the narrow bed, their faces were suddenly very close, his grey eyes catching the dim light from the street lamp outside. Is this part of standard police procedure, then? Her attempt at humour came out breathier than intended. The warmth of him beside her seemed to fill the tiny space between them. Not exactly, he smiled, and she could feel his breath ghost across her cheek. Though I suppose being saved by Edinburgh's largest rat might count as local assistance. Jenny found herself studying the slight scar above his left eyebrow, the way his 5 o'clock shadow darkened his jaw. Professional distance seemed to evaporate in the intimate space. McLean, she started, but he gently interrupted. Callum, he corrected softly. I think after sharing a rescue with a demon cat, you can use my first name. The space between them had somehow shrunk to mere inches, the tension in the room shifting from tactical to something entirely different. 2112, the Thistle and Crown Hostel. The old building creaked softly around them, a centuries-old lullaby of settling stone and timber. In the narrow bed, the professional walls they'd built began to crumble like Edinburgh's ancient closes. Callum, Jenny tested his name, barely a whisper in the dim room. The way his eyes darkened at her voice sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with tactical planning. His hand found hers in the space between them, calloused fingers intertwining with her own. The touch sparked something that had been building since the airport, since that first moment of trust in chaos. This is probably not the best timing, he murmured, but his free hand had somehow found its way to her waist, steady and warm through her rain-dampened blouse. When is it ever? Jenny smiled, closing the last inches between them. Her lips found his with gentle certainty, soft and questioning at first, then with growing confidence as he responded. He tasted of rain and adrenaline, and something uniquely Scottish, his slight stubble rough against her skin as she drew him closer. The kiss deepened naturally, professional boundaries dissolving like mist over the Royal Mile. Part 2. Midnight Confessions, 2114, the Thistle and Crown Hostel. The old building creaked softly around them, a centuries-old lullaby of settling stone and timber. Rain traced patterns down the window panes as Edinburgh's night pressed close against the ancient walls. Callum, Jenny tested his name, barely a whisper in the dim room. The way his eyes darkened at her voice sent a shiver through her that had nothing to do with their earlier escape. His hand found hers in the space between them, calloused fingers intertwining with her own. The touch sparked something that had been building since the airport, since that first moment of trust in chaos. This is probably not the best timing, he murmured, but his free hand had somehow found its way to her waist, steady and warm through her rain-dampened blouse. When is it ever? Jenny smiled, closing the last inches between them. Her lips found his with gentle certainty, soft and questioning at first, then with growing confidence as he responded. He tasted of rain and adrenaline, and something uniquely Scottish, his slight stubble rough against her skin as she drew him closer. The kiss deepened naturally. Years of professional walls crumbling like the ancient stones that had sheltered their escape. 2115, the Thistle and Crown Hostel. The ancient radiator hissed a comforting warmth, a feeble defense against the wildfire igniting between them. Jenny's fingers, usually nimble with books and research, fumbled with the buttons of his crisp white shirt, her touch tentative at first, then bolder as their kiss deepened. His lips tasted of smoky whiskey and desperate longing, a potent cocktail that blurred the lines between danger and desire. Each graze of skin against skin was a jolt of electricity, a current of delayed attraction finally finding its raw, untamed release. "Are you sure, Jenny?" Callum breathed against her swollen lips, his Scottish burr roughened with a potent mix of emotion and apprehension. His hands, strong and calloused, had slipped beneath her silk blouse, tracing patterns as complex and intriguing as Edinburgh's labyrinthine underground passages across her sensitive skin. Her ribs were so sensitive, so vulnerable to be touched on, that there arose such deep desire. Jenny answered by silencing his doubts, her librarian's precision giving way to something more primal, more urgent. She tugged at his tie, the silk slipping through her fingers like a promise. "After everything today, seeing what they're capable of, knowing what we're fighting, I've never been more sure of anything," she whispered, her breath ghosting across his lips. The rain's relentless rhythm against the slate roof became their private symphony, a soundtrack to the shedding of clothes and the unveiling of hidden desires. His perfectly pressed shirt joined her crimson blouse on the ancient floorboards, revelations made in stolen touches and whispered breaths that mingled with the musty scent of the old hostel. The scent from the fireplace still hovered in the air, a little bit smoky, a little bit warm, a little bit inviting. "You're beautiful, Jenny," he murmured, his voice husky with awe as he mapped the constellation of freckles scattered across her shoulder with feather-light fingers. His eyes, the colour of a stormy Scottish loch, held an intensity that both thrilled and terrified her. The professional distance they'd so carefully maintained dissolved like morning mist over the Royal Mile, leaving behind only raw need and unyielding trust. 2118, the Thistle and Crown Hostel. The worn tartan blanket, smelling faintly of lavender and old wool, whispered beneath them as passion overtook every last vestige of professional restraint. Every touch, every kiss, every desperate caress carried the weight of their shared dangers, their growing trust, and their undeniable, magnetic connection. Each of their heart beating louder with anticipation. Callum's hands, usually steady as he planned their next move, now trembled slightly as they traced her curves with the same careful attention he'd shown to tactical planning. Each caress drawing soft sighs that mingled with the rain's relentless rhythm. The warmth of his touch, chasing away the lingering chill of fear. Jenny's fingers, emboldened by desire, mapped the strong, sculpted planes of his chest, discovering a faint tracery of scars that held stories for another time, stories she yearned to hear. Her hands were exploring his upper chest, learning to read those. Their bodies found their own instinctive harmony, moving together with increasing urgency, as if driven by a force beyond their control. The ancient bed creaked softly, its protests lost in their ragged breaths and whispered endearments. "Jenny," he breathed her name like a prayer against her neck, the rasp of his Scottish accent a delicious friction against her skin. She tasted him, salt, whiskey, and a raw, untamed hunger that mirrored her own. Her response was to draw him closer, threading her fingers through the thick, dark silk of his hair, letting actions speak the words her lips couldn't yet form. Her hips nudged against his, a silent invitation that he answered with a low, guttural growl that vibrated through her core. The rest of the world, with all its pursuit teams, hidden documents, and complex conspiracies, simply ceased to exist. The rhythmic drumming of the rain on the slate roof faded into white noise, replaced by the pounding of her heart and the rasp of their breaths. There was no mark, no betrayal, no looming threat. Only the present moment, thick with anticipation and electric with need. He lifted her, her legs wrapping around his waist as he pressed her against the cool stone wall. The rough texture grazed against her bare back, a sharp counterpoint to the searing heat blooming between them. His mouth trailed a scorching path down her neck, nipping and sucking, leaving a constellation of damp kisses that marked her as his. A shiver ran down her spine, a delicious mix of pleasure and vulnerability. He pulled back, his eyes, dark and intense, locking with hers. She saw not Callum the spy, but Callum the man, stripped bare of all pretense, his soul laid open for her to see. The air crackled with unspoken questions, with the unspoken promise of something profound, something real. Then he was inside her, filling her with a heat that chased away the lingering chill of fear and uncertainty. Her breath hitched, a gasp escaping her lips as she met his thrusts, their bodies moving together in a primal rhythm that echoed the storm raging outside. The worn tartan blanket, a crumpled heap on the floor, seemed to whisper encouragement as they surrendered completely to the moment. His hands cupped her face, his thumbs stroking her cheekbones as he watched her, his gaze intense and possessive. "Tell me what you feel, Jenny," he murmured, his voice raw with need. She closed her eyes, focusing on the sensations that coursed through her, the tightness in her chest, the ache between her legs, the dizzying sense of falling. "You," she gasped, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel you." He surged deeper, pushing her closer to the edge, and she cried out, a sound of pure, unadulterated pleasure that echoed through the small room. The scent of damp wool, mingled with the earthy musk of their passion, filled the air. As they crested the wave together, their bodies shuddering in release, Jenny clung to him, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. For those fleeting, precious moments, she was free. Free from the lies, the betrayals, the endless conspiracies. Just her and Callum, connected by a force that transcended danger and deception. A force that felt, impossibly, like something real. Something true. Something like love. The aftershocks of their release rippled through her, leaving her breathless and trembling in his arms. Callum held her tight, burying his face in the curve of her neck, his breath warm and ragged against her skin. The rain continued its relentless drumming against the slate roof, a constant, steady rhythm that mirrored the beat of their hearts. Slowly, the world began to seep back in. The cold stone against her back, the scent of damp wool and lingering passion, the faint glow of the bedside lamp casting dancing shadows across the room. The weight of their circumstances, the danger that still lurked just beyond the walls of the hostel, settled back upon her shoulders. He pulled back slightly, his eyes searching hers with an intensity that made her breath catch in her throat. "Are you all right, Jenny?" His voice was low and rough, laced with concern. She swallowed hard, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "More than all right," she whispered, her fingers tracing the strong line of his jaw. "Thank you, Callum." He didn't respond, but his grip tightened on her, pulling her even closer, as if afraid she might disappear. He knew, as she did, that this fragile moment of peace couldn't last. They were still in danger, still fighting a war they didn't fully understand. But for now, in the quiet sanctuary of this ancient room, they had found solace in each other's arms. The silence stretched between them, punctuated only by the relentless rain and the soft sounds of their breathing. Jenny closed her eyes, savouring the warmth of his body against hers, the feel of his strong arms wrapped around her. She knew that tomorrow would bring new challenges, new dangers. But tonight, she allowed herself to believe in the possibility of something real, something lasting. After a while, Callum stirred, his hand gently stroking her hair. "We should get some sleep, lass," he murmured, his voice thick with fatigue. "We have a long day ahead of us." She nodded, reluctantly pulling away from him. As they disentangled their limbs and rearranged the tartan blanket around them, a sense of vulnerability washed over her. She was naked, both physically and emotionally, exposed to a man she barely knew, a man who could easily betray her trust. But she couldn't deny the connection they shared, the bond forged in shared danger and mutual respect. As they settled back into the worn mattress, side by side, Jenny found herself unable to sleep. Her mind raced with questions, with doubts, with fears. But as Callum reached out and took her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers, a sense of calm washed over her. She wasn't alone, and whatever the future held, they would face it together. She drifted off to sleep, lulled by the steady rhythm of the rain and the comforting warmth of Callum's presence. As she slept, she dreamed of a world where they could be together, free from secrets and lies, free to love without fear. But even in her dreams, she knew that such a world was a distant, perhaps unattainable fantasy. The reality was that they were caught in a web of deceit, and their survival depended on their ability to navigate the treacherous currents that lay ahead. But for now, she clung to the hope that somehow, amidst the chaos and danger, they could find a way to hold on to each other, to hold on to the love that had bloomed in the darkest of times, to hold on to something real. The rest of the world, with all its pursuit teams, hidden documents, and complex conspiracies, receded into the shadows. There was no mark, no betrayal, no looming threat. Just them, here, now finding something real and pure in the midst of deception and danger. Just the two of them, and what arose between them, so pure, so honest, so intense. It felt like the only real thing in their reality. Part 3. Morning Light. Saturday, 6:15. The Thistle and Crown Hostel. What ungodly hour is it? Callum's Scottish burr rumbled against Jenny's neck as the first grey light filtered through the window. Early enough to still be alive, Jenny turned in his arms, smiling as she traced the stubble on his jaw, which, after yesterday's adventures, is quite the achievement. Aye, though I'd say last night's adventures were considerably more pleasant. His eyes crinkled with amusement as he pulled her closer. The great Detective Inspector McLean, making jokes about near-death experiences? She pressed a kiss to his collarbone. What would your tactical team say? They'd probably be more concerned about me sleeping with a key witness. His hand traced lazy patterns down her spine. Is that what I am? A witness? Jenny propped herself up on one elbow, the tartan blanket slipping further down. You're far more dangerous than any witness I've ever met, he murmured, reaching up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Most witnesses don't know the secret passages of Edinburgh's underground city. Most detectives don't kiss like you do, she countered, letting her fingers trail across his chest. Professional hazard, he smiled. We Scots are very thorough in our investigations. Is that what last night was? An investigation? Oh, aye. His voice deepened as he drew her down for a kiss. Though I might need to conduct a few more interviews. For thoroughness? Her breath caught as his hands wandered. Exactly. Can't leave any stone unturned in a case this sensitive. Saturday, 6:22, the Thistle and Crown Hostel. The conference registration starts at 9, Jenny murmured between kisses, her professional mind refusing to completely surrender to the moment. Callum's lips traced a path down her neck. And we need to get you there without Mark's team spotting you. Though preferably, she gasped softly as his hands wandered, with more clothes than we're currently wearing. Tactical disadvantage, is it? His Scottish burr deepened playfully. And here I thought we were perfectly equipped for covert operations. Very covert, Jenny laughed, then grew serious. They'll be watching all the main entrances. Aye, his hands stilled but didn't leave her skin. But I'm thinking the conference centre backs onto the old banking district. The underground passages, she caught his meaning, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest. There's an old merchant's entrance that comes up right behind the registration area. Clever lass, he pressed a kiss to her forehead, though we'll need to time it perfectly. Speaking of timing, Jenny's hand wandered lower, drawing a sharp breath from him. How long until we need to move? At least an hour. Callum's voice roughened as she continued her exploration. Plenty of time for some additional tactical planning. Very thorough, these Scottish investigations. She smiled against his lips. Oh, aye. He rolled them gently, pinning her beneath him. We pride ourselves on attention to detail. Saturday, 6:35, the Thistle and Crown Hostel. Their intimate strategy session was interrupted by the unmistakable sound of heavy boots on the hostel's ancient stairs. That's not the morning staff, Callum tensed, his body shifting instantly from lover to protector. Too early for guests, Jenny whispered, already reaching for her scattered clothes. And too heavy for the cleaning service. The footsteps paused on their floor, followed by the murmur of voices, Eastern European accents mixing with local Scottish. "They've found the hostel," Callum breathed against her ear as they hurriedly dressed. "But not our specific room yet." "How?" Jenny buttoned her blouse with trembling fingers. "We were so careful with our trail." "The cat," he grimaced, pulling on his tactical gear, "must have left traces of my scent from the underground. They've got tracking dogs with them. I can hear the soft whining." "Callum," Jenny's voice caught as she heard more footsteps joining the first group. "There's no other exit from this room." His grey eyes met hers, the warmth of their intimate morning replaced by tactical calculation. "There's always an exit in Edinburgh," he smiled grimly. "We just have to make one." Chapter 7, Morning Manoeuvres, Part 1, The Escape. Saturday, 06:37, the Thistle and Crown Hostel. "The chimney stack," Jenny whispered urgently, her librarian's knowledge of Edinburgh's architecture surfacing. "These old buildings share a central ventilation system from the Victorian era." Callum was already moving to the ancient fireplace, his tactical assessment quick and precise. "Connected to the neighbouring buildings?" "All the way down the Royal Mile," she confirmed, quickly gathering their essential gear. The Victorians modified the medieval smoke channels into a complete network. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by the soft clicking of dog claws on wooden floors. A voice carried through the thin walls. "Third floor, west side. The dog's certain." Right then, Callum pulled aside the decorative fireplace cover, revealing the larger Victorian shaft behind it. "Ladies first?" "How romantic," Jenny smiled tightly, already calculating their route. "Though I prefer our earlier activities." "Aye, well," he helped her into the narrow opening. "Next time I'll book us something with a proper escape route." "Next time?" She paused, looking back at him with raised eyebrows. "Focus on the climbing, lass," but his grin was visible even in the dim light. "Unless you fancy explaining our tactical planning to our Eastern European friends." 06:38, the Thistle and Crown Hostel. The Victorian chimney shaft was surprisingly wide, its sooty walls offering decent handholds. Jenny led the way upward, Callum close behind, as boots thundered in the corridor outside their room. "Left at the next junction," she whispered down. "The main stack runs parallel to the mile." "Quite the architectural knowledge you've got," Callum murmured, his voice echoing softly in the shaft. "Useful set of skills for a librarian." Says the detective who knows Edinburgh's underground cat population. Jenny smiled, despite their situation, reaching for another handhold. A crash echoed from below, their room door being breached. Dogs began barking immediately. "Move faster, lass," Callum urged, his Scottish burr tightening with urgency. "They'll figure out our route soon enough." "Almost to the junction," Jenny reached the branching point. "Though I should mention—" "What's that?" "The next part might be a bit horizontal." "Horizontal." His voice carried a mix of amusement and concern. "Hope you're not claustrophobic." She started shimming sideways into the connecting shaft. Victorian ventilation systems weren't designed for escaping Eastern European pursuit teams. "Just another morning in Edinburgh," he followed her lead. "Though next time, perhaps we could just get breakfast." 6:40, Edinburgh's Victorian ventilation system. As they shimmied through the horizontal shaft, Jenny's hand brushed against something damp on the sooty wall. Even in the dim light filtering through ancient vents, she could make out a dark smear. "Callum," she whispered, pausing her forward movement. "Your shoulder's bleeding." "Ugh," he touched his right shoulder, wincing. "Must have caught it on that bloody pipe when the cat attacked. Didn't even notice in all the excitement after." The implications hit them both at the same time. The dogs weren't tracking their escape route. They were following a blood trail. "That's why they found us so quickly," Jenny's voice was tight. "You've been marking our path since the underground." "Explains their confidence," he grimaced, the Scottish burr in his voice deepening with frustration. "They didn't need to guess, just follow the scent." "And now we're leaving a nice trail through Edinburgh's ventilation system." Jenny's mind raced ahead. "We need to." "Change tactics," Callum finished. "Any chance these shafts lead somewhere with medical supplies?" "Actually," Jenny smiled in the darkness. "The old Royal Infirmary used this same system." There's an abandoned wing just 2 junctions ahead. Lead on then, lass, before we paint a bloody map for our friends to follow. Part 2. Healing Hands. Saturday, 6:45, abandoned Royal Infirmary wing. Hold still, Jenny whispered, her fingers working with practiced precision as she cleaned Callum's shoulder wound. The abandoned hospital supply room had yielded surprising treasures, including still-sealed medical supplies left during the hasty relocation. Quite good at this for a librarian, Callum murmured, watching her work in the grey morning light filtering through dusty windows. Library science includes preservation techniques. She dabbed antiseptic on the cut, drawing a sharp intake of breath from him. Though usually I'm handling damaged manuscripts, not stubborn Scottish detectives. Ugh, I've had worse. But his attempt at nonchalance was undermined by another wince as she applied pressure. From other demon cats, was it? Jenny's smile was gentle as she began wrapping the bandage. Or is this a regular hazard of Edinburgh police work? The cats are new, he admitted, his grey eyes watching her face as she worked, though the company's never been this pleasant during patch-ups. Flirting while bleeding out? She secured the bandage with medical tape. Very Scottish of you. Not bleeding out anymore, thanks to you. His hand caught hers as she finished. Though we should move soon. They'll figure out this route eventually. 5 more minutes, Jenny insisted, checking her handiwork. Unless you fancy leaving another trail for those dogs. Saturday, 06:48, abandoned Royal Infirmary wing. While Jenny finished securing the bandage, Callum's tactical awareness caught something interesting in the shadowed corner of the supply room. Well now, what do we have here? He moved carefully to investigate, mindful of his freshly bandaged shoulder. Behind a toppled filing cabinet, they discovered a maintenance worker's locker, its door hanging loose on rusted hinges. Inside hung a pair of faded blue coveralls with the Royal Infirmary logo. Emergency staff uniforms, Jenny realized, pulling them out. And look, old security passes. Expired, but the basic design hasn't changed much. Callum examined one of the badges. Might get us past casual observation at least. There's more. Jenny reached deeper into the locker. Maintenance keys, building plans. She paused, pulling out a dusty clipboard, and a complete layout of the hospital's connection to the old banking sector. The banks used hospital access tunnels. Edinburgh's elite needed discreet medical care, Jenny's librarian knowledge surfaced. These tunnels let them visit doctors without public knowledge, especially during the Victorian banking crashes. Discreet tunnels built for bankers having financial crises. Callum's eyes lit up. That could be rather useful for our current situation. Saturday, 06:50, abandoned Royal Infirmary wing. These might be a bit large. Jenny held up one of the coveralls against herself, the faded blue fabric hanging loose. Better too large than too small. Callum was already stepping into his pair, wincing slightly as the movement pulled at his shoulder. Roll up the legs, and it'll pass casual inspection. Jenny quickly changed, trying not to think about their intimate moments just an hour ago, as she watched him button up the uniform. The coveralls transformed them from fugitives to maintenance staff in moments. Your turn, he handed her a security badge. Margaret Wilson, Maintenance Division. Think you can pull off being a Maggie? Better than you managing a James Campbell, she nodded at his badge, adjusting her hair into a more practical style. Though that Scottish accent of yours might help. Aye, that it might, he grinned, then turned serious. Keys? Full set, she handed them over, the metal warm from her palm. And I've memorized the tunnel layout. We'll want the service route that connects to the old Union Bank building. Lead the way then, Maggie. Callum clipped his badge to his chest. Just remember, maintenance workers don't run. They walk with purpose, like they've got a blocked drain to deal with. Speaking from experience? She raised an eyebrow, gathering their essential gear into a maintenance tool bag. You'd be surprised what makes for good cover in detective work. He checked the corridor through the dusty window. Ready? Part 3. Walking the Walk. Saturday, 6:55, Royal Infirmary corridors. Their first test came sooner than expected. As they rounded the corner into the main corridor, a security guard was making his morning rounds, coffee cup in hand. Bit early for maintenance, he called out, his Edinburgh accent thick with early morning grumpiness. Aye, tell that to the blocked drain in cardiology, Callum replied without missing a beat, his Scottish burr perfectly matching the guard's local tone. Some bright spark flushed their latex gloves again. Jenny kept her eyes on the clipboard she'd grabbed, playing the role of junior maintenance worker, learning the ropes. Third time this month. The guard shook his head sympathetically. You'd think doctors would know better. That's why they pay us the big bucks, eh? Callum patted his tool bag. Though between you and me, mate, I'd rather deal with blocked drains than entitled surgeons. The guard's laugh echoed down the corridor. Ain't that the truth? Well, don't let me keep you. That drain won't unblock itself. Right enough, Callum nodded, then turned to Jenny. Come on, Lassa Maggie, show me where you spotted that overflow. They maintained their steady, purposeful pace until the guard's footsteps faded around the corner. Entitled surgeons? Jenny whispered, fighting a smile. Always go for specific complaints, Callum murmured back. Makes the cover more believable. Saturday, 6:58, Royal Infirmary corridors. Their brief moment of relief was shattered by the sound of multiple footsteps entering the hospital's main entrance. Through the frosted glass panels, they could make out the silhouettes of men moving with military precision. Four-man team, Callum assessed quietly, pulling Jenny behind a supply trolley. Standard search formation. And dogs, Jenny added, hearing the soft click of claws on linoleum. But the blood trail should be cold now. They watched as one of the men approached the security guard they'd just spoken with, producing what looked like official identification. Private security, the accented voice carried clearly. We're tracking potential intruders. Have you seen any maintenance workers this morning? The guard's response made Jenny's heart skip. I just passed a pair heading to cardiology. Something about blocked drains. Bloody hell, Callum breathed, his Scottish burr barely audible. Time for plan B. We have a plan B. Aye, he grabbed her hand, already moving toward a service door. Run like hell and look professional doing it. Behind them, they heard the guard's confused voice. Hang on, why's private security got police dogs? Saturday, 6:59, Royal Infirmary service tunnels. The silenced shot made a sound like a heavy book dropping onto carpet. A muffled thump that shouldn't have existed in a civilian hospital. The security guard's surprised grunt echoed through the corridor behind them. Bloody hell! Callum's grip on Jenny's hand tightened as they ran. They're not even pretending anymore. Their footsteps thundered through the service tunnel, the maintenance coveralls swishing with each stride. Emergency lights cast alternating patterns of shadow and sickly green illumination. They shot him, Jenny's breath came in gasps. They actually shot a hospital security guard. Aye, and they'll do worse to us. Callum's voice was grim. These aren't Mark's usual contractors. This is something else entirely. Another muffled shot pinged off metal somewhere behind them, followed by rapid footsteps and the clicking of dog claws on concrete. Left here. Jenny pulled him down a narrower passage. The banking tunnel access is 3 junctions ahead. They're not just trying to catch us anymore. Callum's professional assessment was cut short by another silenced round striking sparks off the wall beside them. They're here to clean up loose ends. Saturday, 7:01, Royal Infirmary service tunnels. The service tunnel ended in a solid wall of Victorian brickwork, ancient mortar mocking their desperate flight. No, Jenny's hands pressed against the cold stones. This can't be right. The plans showed a connection here. Callum spun to face the way they'd come, his body instinctively positioning itself between Jenny and the approaching danger. The sound of pursuit echoed through the tunnels, measured, professional footsteps drawing closer. Think, lass. His Scottish burr was tight with urgency. You're the expert on Edinburgh's underground. There has to be something. The dogs are almost here. Chapter 8. Cornered Part 1. Closing in. Saturday, 7/2. Royal Infirmary service tunnels torch beams danced along the damp walls, drawing closer with professional precision. The dogs' excited panting echoed through the Victorian tunnel, their claws clicking against the ancient stones with increasing urgency. They're coming in from both sides. Callum's voice was barely a whisper, his body still shielding Jenny against the dead end. 2 teams coordinating their approach. Nowhere left to run, a heavily accented voice called out, the words bouncing off centuries of Edinburgh stone. Perhaps we can discuss this situation like civilized people? Jenny's fingers continued their desperate exploration of the brickwork as the first torch beam caught their shadows. The maintenance coveralls suddenly felt like poor protection against what was coming. Civilized? Callum's Scottish burr carried clear contempt. Was shooting that guard your idea of civilized? Unfortunate necessity, another voice, closer now. Like many things we must do tonight. The dog's growls grew louder as more torch beams converged on their position. Jenny could make out at least 6 distinct lights now, all steadily advancing. Last chance, the first voice offered. The librarian comes with us. You, Detective McLean, might yet walk away. Saturday, 7:03, Royal Infirmary Service Tunnels. The librarian stays with me. Callum's voice was steel wrapped in Scottish velvet. Though I'm curious what's worth killing a guard over. Detective McLean, the accented voice carried a smile now. Always asking questions. Always investigating. Did you never wonder why certain cases disappeared from your desk? The torch beams held steady, creating a web of light that trapped them against the Victorian brickwork. Jenny's fingers found another irregular stone, but before she could explore it, crack! The shot exploded through the tunnel, deafening in the confined space. No silencer this time. They'd moved past pretense. Jesus! Callum's body jerked, then pressed harder against Jenny, shielding her. Hot blood seeped through his maintenance coveralls, spreading across his left arm. That, the voice was closer now, was a warning. The next one goes somewhere more permanent. Quite the negotiating technique. Callum's burr was tight with pain, but unflinching. Though I've had worse first dates. Saturday, 7:03, Royal Infirmary Service Tunnels. Jenny's fingers pressed hard against the irregular brick, just as Callum's hand moved with lethal grace. His service weapon appeared as if conjured from the maintenance coveralls, and his shot was devastatingly precise. The lead shooter dropped with a grunt of surprise, his torch spinning across the ancient stones. The tunnel erupted into chaos. Down! Callum roared, shoving Jenny against the wall as answering fire lit up the confined space. Behind them, the Victorian brickwork groaned. Jenny's discovered mechanism was awakening, decades-old gears grinding into reluctant motion. The wall began to pivot, ancient engineering responding to desperate need. Breach team, move in! The remaining voices were all business now, their earlier civility evaporating like morning mist over the Royal Mile. Sorry about the blood on your bandaging job, lass. Callum's voice was tight, but his aim remained steady as he fired again, forcing their attackers back. Though I think we've got bigger problems. The hidden door continued its agonizingly slow movement, revealing a darkness beyond that promised either salvation or another trap. Part 2. Into Darkness. Saturday, 7:04, behind the Victorian wall. The shot caught Jenny at her temple, a glancing blow that painted fire across her skin. The world tilted sideways as she stumbled through the opening, consciousness wavering like a candle in Edinburgh's winter wind. Jenny! Callum's voice seemed to come from very far away. She was vaguely aware of falling, of rough stone against her palms, of warm wetness trickling down her face. The darkness beyond the door swallowed her whole. Callum's answering fire was precise, devastating. Each shot found its mark with cold Scottish efficiency. That's for the guard! Crack! A body fell. For Jenny! Crack! Another grunt of pain. And that's just because I really hate your accent. Crack! Crack! Through blurred vision, Jenny saw him backing through the opening, his service weapon never wavering. His hand found the ancient lever beside the doorway. The mechanism engaged with a sound like centuries sighing. Victorian engineering sealed them into absolute darkness as the last echoes of gunfire faded. Jenny? Callum's voice was tight with worry, his hands finding her in the blackness. Talk to me, lass. His hands wet of her blood. Saturday, 7:05, the hidden space. Just grazed, Jenny managed, her fingers exploring the wound. The sticky warmth of blood matted her hair, but the cut itself felt superficial. Though my head's ringing like St. Giles Cathedral bells. Callum's hands gently probed her temple, his touch professional despite their intimate history. Nasty slice, but you're right. Bullet just kissed you. Through the Victorian stonework, they could hear their pursuers regrouping. Check every bloody stone, an accented voice commanded. These passages always have multiple entrances, and get the thermal imaging gear up here. Thermal imaging? Jenny tried to focus, fighting the dizziness. That's not standard private security equipment. Callum's voice was grim in the darkness. These aren't Mark's usual thugs. This is something else entirely. His hand found hers. Can you stand, lass? We need to move before they find another way in. I think so, but... She stopped as a new sound reached them, the distinctive metal-on-stone impact of drilling equipment. They're not even trying to be subtle anymore. Callum's Scottish burr was tight with concern. Up you get, love, slowly now. Saturday, 7:06, the hidden space. Their first steps into the darkness revealed the true scale of their sanctuary. The air held a different quality here, older, deeper, with currents that suggested vast spaces ahead. Careful, Jenny steadied herself against what felt like a stone pillar. The floor's uneven. Victorian? Callum's question came with the soft scrape of his tactical boots testing the ground. Older, her fingers traced the rough-hewn surface. Much older. This feels like medieval work. The drilling sounds grew more distinct, accompanied by the crack of splintering stone. Sir, a muffled voice carried through the wall. We've found something. Looks like part of the old castle foundations. Break through it, the accented commander ordered. Whatever it takes. But, sir, the structural integrity. I said break through. They have something we need, and I want it now. Jenny's hand found Callum's arm in the darkness. They're going to bring the whole passage down if they keep that up. His voice was tight. And I'm down to 3 rounds. We need to. A massive crack interrupted him, followed by the ominous sound of shifting stone above them. Saturday, 7:07, the medieval chamber. Another crack echoed through the darkness as ancient stones protested their disturbance. But it was Jenny's sharp intake of breath that made Callum pause. The library records, she whispered, her voice tight with sudden understanding. That's what they're after. The medieval banking ledgers I've been translating. They're not just historical documents. What do you mean, lass? Callum steadied her as more debris rained down from above. They're maps. Jenny's librarian mind raced ahead despite her injury. The merchant guilds encoded their secret vault locations in their financial records. I thought I was just cataloguing medieval banking practices, but... A massive section of ceiling crashed down behind them, bringing torchlight and chaos with it. Through the falling stones, they caught glimpses of their pursuers. The ledgers! The accented commander shouted. Where are the original ledgers? This way! Jenny pulled Callum toward what felt like an archway. The merchants always built escape routes. If I'm right, this passage should lead to... The rest of her words were lost as the medieval chamber began to collapse in earnest, centuries of Edinburgh stone giving way at last. Part 3. When Hell Breaks Loose. Saturday, 7:08, collapsing medieval chamber, Edinburgh's underground seemed to tear itself apart around them. Centuries of carefully engineered stone surrendered to modern violence, creating a symphony of destruction that echoed through time itself. Move. Callum's voice cut through the chaos as he pulled Jenny through the archway. Behind them, screams mixed with the sound of falling masonry as their pursuers faced the consequences of their aggressive drilling. Bože moi! Someone shouted in Russian. The whole bloody thing's coming down! Jenny stumbled in the darkness, her head wound, making balance treacherous. Callum's grip on her hand was the only constant in a world gone mad with motion. The thermal imaging equipment, the commander's accented voice rose above the destruction. Forget the others, just grab the... His words cut off in a crash of stone meeting stone. The medieval chamber was claiming its own, extracting payment in blood and bone for its desecration. Keep going, lass, Callum urged as they ran blind through the ancient passage, though I'd appreciate a hint about where we're actually heading. Saturday, 07:09, ancient passage. A faint blue glow began to penetrate the darkness ahead, phosphorescent fungi that had made their home in these forgotten spaces. Their ethereal light revealed glimpses of what lay before them. Oh my God, Jenny breathed, her steps faltering despite the chaos behind them. The passage opened into a vast chamber, its walls lined with iron-bound chests and ancient strongboxes. Centuries-old merchant marks were carved into the stone, their meanings lost to time. The bioluminescent fungi painted everything in an otherworldly azure light. The vault, she whispered. The actual medieval merchant vault. We've found. A fresh wave of destruction cut off her words as more of the tunnel collapsed behind them. Through gaps in the falling stone, torch beams danced wildly, accompanied by shouts of both triumph and terror. "They're still coming." Callum's voice was tight as he checked his weapon. 3 rounds left, and now we know what they're willing to kill for. The blue light caught the blood on Jenny's temple, making it look almost black. The ledgers weren't maps to the vault, she realized. They were warnings about what's hidden here. Saturday, 7:10, the medieval vault. Jenny's fingers traced the merchant marks, her librarian's mind translating symbols that hadn't been seen by human eyes in centuries. The blue fungal light made the carvings seem alive, dancing beneath her touch. These aren't just guild marks, her voice was tight with discovery. They're warnings. Look, this one means forbidden knowledge. And here, seal of the 7. 7 what? Callum kept his weapon trained on the partially collapsed entrance, where sounds of pursuit still echoed. 7 merchant families who... Jenny's translation cut off as she reached a particular symbol. No, that's not possible. What is it, lass? This vault. Her fingers shook as they traced the ancient carving. It wasn't built to protect wealth. It was built to contain something. Something the merchants feared enough to bury beneath their city. A chest in the corner caught the phosphorescent light, its iron bands marked with symbols that made Jenny's breath catch. That's why they want the ledgers. They're not treasure maps. They're instructions for handling whatever's in these containers. Handling what exactly? Callum's Scottish burr was tense as more debris rained down from the tunnel. According to this mark, Jenny's voice wavered, something that walks between worlds. Chapter 9. Ancient Choices. Part 1. The Iron-Bound Decision. Saturday, 07:11. The medieval vault. The iron-bound chest sat before them, its ancient locks gleaming in the ethereal blue light. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grew closer, stone grinding against stone as their hunters fought through the collapse. We have to decide. Jenny's fingers hovered over the chest's intricate mechanisms. Whatever's in here, it's what they're willing to kill for. Or die for, Callum added grimly, his weapon still trained on the partially blocked entrance. Though I'm more concerned about what those merchant marks of yours are warning about. The phosphorescent fungi cast moving shadows across the medieval metalwork, making the chest's decorative bands seem to writhe with hidden life. Jenny's head wound throbbed in time with her racing heart. The marks say, walks between worlds. She traced the symbols again. But there's more. Something about the price of knowledge and binding the unseen. Not exactly filling me with confidence, lass. Another crash echoed through the chamber as more of the tunnel gave way. A voice carried through the debris, the accented commander, somehow still alive. Break through. Whatever it takes, we cannot let them open it first. Saturday, 7:12, the medieval vault. Jenny's fingers moved frantically across the carved warnings, the bioluminescent light, making each symbol stark against the ancient stone. There's more here, her voice tight with urgency. What sleeps must remain sleeping, and this part. She traced a particularly complex series of marks. The 7 bound it with blood and gold, but only truth will hold it. Truth? Callum's Scottish burr was skeptical as he fired another precious round, forcing back a chunk of debris that threatened to give their pursuers access. What kind of medieval lock runs on truth? Not a lock, Jenny's academic mind raced ahead. A test. The merchants were obsessed with contracts, with binding agreements. This chest. Her fingers found another series of symbols. Oh God. What is it, lass? Speak false and wake the sleeper, she translated, her voice barely a whisper. Break faith and break the world. Through the falling stone, they heard the commander shouting orders in multiple languages now. Russian, Bulgarian, something older that Jenny's linguistic training couldn't quite place. They know, she realized. They know about the test. That's why they need the ledgers, to know what truth to tell it. Saturday, 7:13, the medieval vault. We need to move. Callum's tactical assessment cut through Jenny's translations. Whatever's in that chest, we can't let them get it, but we can't stay here either. Another crash punctuated his words as more of the tunnel gave way. The commander's voice grew clearer through the debris. Jenny, Callum's hand found her shoulder. Is there another way out? These merchant vaults always had escape routes. Her eyes swept the phosphorescent-lit chamber, academic knowledge fighting through her concussion. Yes! Yes! The merchants never trusted each other. Every vault had a private exit. She moved to the far wall, fingers tracing more carved symbols. Here, behind this section, the mark for sanctuary and secret path. How do we trigger it? Same as the hospital entrance. Jenny pressed specific points in the medieval stonework. They used consistent engineering across their network. The grinding of ancient mechanisms filled the chamber, just as their pursuers made significant progress through the collapse. What about the chest? Callum fired another round, his second to last, at a shifting section of debris. We can't move it. Jenny's hands worked faster at the wall. And we can't let them have it. But maybe. Her fingers found a particular carved sequence. Maybe we can seal it away again. Part 2. Awakening Saturday, 7:14. The medieval vault. The first crack was subtle, a sound like ice breaking on the Royal Mile in winter. Then another, sharper, more deliberate. Something inside the iron-bound chest wanted out. Tell me that's just ancient wood settling. Callum's voice was tight as he kept his last round trained on the partially cleared tunnel entrance. Jenny's hands froze on the escape route mechanism. It's not supposed to. Her eyes widened as more cracks appeared across the chest's surface. The warnings. What sleeps must remain sleeping. Our presence, the violence, the collapse. We've bloody woken it, Callum finished grimly. Through the debris, their pursuers fell silent, listening to the increasingly urgent sounds from the chest. The commander's accented voice carried a note of genuine fear. Bože moj, it's too early. The alignment isn't right. The phosphorescent fungi seemed to pulse brighter as another crack split the ancient wood. A smell like burned metal and old parchment filled the chamber. Jenny, Callum's Scottish burr was deadly serious. Whatever you're doing with that escape route, do it faster. Saturday, 7:15, the medieval vault. The chest's lid began to rise on its own, ancient hinges screaming in protest. Light spilled from within, not the gentle blue of the fungi, but something older, something that hurt the eyes to look at directly. My God, Jenny breathed, her hands still working the escape mechanism. It's actually... A tendril of what looked like liquid shadow curled up from the opening chest, moving with terrible purpose. The phosphorescent fungi dimmed wherever the darkness touched, as if retreating from something they recognized as ancient enemy. Seal it! The commander's voice cracked with terror. Use the bloody ledger protocols! Seal it now! But it was too late. The thing in the chest was already rising, a shape that seemed to exist in more dimensions than the human mind could process. Jenny's academic knowledge of medieval merchant marks offered no context for what they were witnessing. Jenny, Callum's voice, was remarkably steady as he backed them toward the half-triggered escape route. I don't suppose those warnings mentioned how to put it back to sleep? The entity, if that's what it was, began to take form, pulling itself into reality like a nightmare climbing out of Edinburgh's deepest foundations. The truth, Jenny whispered, remembering the translations. It responds to truth. But which truth? What could be powerful enough to? The thing turned what might have been attention toward them, and rational thought became suddenly very difficult. Saturday, 7:16. The medieval vault. The pursuit team burst through the debris with military precision, their weapons already raised. For a split second, professional training warred with primal terror as they registered what was emerging from the chest. Open fire! The commander's voice cracked. Contain it at all costs! The chamber erupted in gunfire. Muzzle flashes casting stark shadows across medieval stonework. But the bullets seemed to pass through the entity like rain through mist, each round making it more substantial, more real. No! Jenny's academic terror cut through the chaos. The vibrations, the violence, you're feeding it. The thing responded to the assault by unfurling what might have been wings, if wings could bend in directions that made the mind recoil. The phosphorescent fungi went completely dark, as if surrendering to a greater power. Stop shooting, you bloody fools! Callum's Scottish burr carried command, even as he shielded Jenny with his body. You're making it stronger! But the team kept firing, their professional discipline crumbling in the face of something their tactical training never prepared them for. The entity seemed to grow with each shot, pulling more of itself into reality through the ancient chest. The commander's voice rose in desperate prayer, no longer giving orders, but begging in languages old when Edinburgh was young. Part 3. Reckoning, Saturday, 7:17, the medieval vault. Please, we can negotiate. The first soldier's plea turned to screams as the entity's impossible geometries reached for him. Hold your fire! Hold your fire! The commander's voice cracked with terror. Too late, Jenny whispered, her grip tight on Callum's arm. Close your eyes. Whatever you do, don't look directly at it. The thing moved like liquid shadow, its form defying physics as it flowed through the pursuit team. The vault filled with desperate voices. What is it? What is it? Bože moi, it's touching me! Command, we need immediate— Ah! The protocols! Use the bloody proto. Each scream cut off in wet, terrible finality. Blood-painted medieval stones in patterns that seemed to please the entity. Sweet Jesus, Callum breathed, keeping Jenny pressed against the escape route wall. That's not something they trained us for at Police Academy. The merchants knew. Jenny's academic mind raced even as she kept her eyes averted. That's why the warnings. What sleeps must remain sleeping. Please, the commander's final prayer echoed in multiple languages. We can contain it. We have the ledgers. His words dissolved into sounds no human throat should make. Through half-closed eyes, Jenny watched the entity take its true form. It's becoming more real. Each death is pulling it further into our world. Lass, Callum's Scottish burr was remarkably steady. Please tell me that escape route of yours is nearly ready. Almost, but— She risked a glance at the thing that now filled the vault with impossible angles. I don't think it's going to let us leave. Saturday, 7:18, the medieval vault. The entity paused in its slaughter, hovering over the remains of the pursuit team like a terrible question mark. The phosphorescent fungi pulsed in rhythm with its movements, casting sick blue light over the carnage. It's not random. Jenny's academic training fought through her terror. Look at how the blood fell. It's making patterns. Lass, I really don't think we should be analysing its artwork right now. No, you don't understand, her voice tight with realization. These patterns match the merchant marks. It's writing something. The thing shifted, its impossible geometries bending toward them with horrible purpose. What might have been appendages traced more bloody symbols across the medieval stones. Can you read it? Callum's hand found hers in the darkness. Oh God, Jenny's translation caught in her throat. It says, the truth returns, the binding ends. What binding? The merchants didn't imprison it, her voice shook. They made a deal with it, a contract, and now, the entity's form began to stabilize into something almost comprehensible, almost, but not quite human. When it spoke, its voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The seven bound me with truth. The words bypassed their ears and appeared directly in their minds. But their descendants spoke only lies. The contract is void. Saturday, 07:19. The medieval vault. The entity's presence pressed against their minds like a migraine made of shadows. Jenny and Callum stood before it, their backs against the half-triggered escape route, facing a choice that would haunt Edinburgh's foundations. We could try to bargain, Jenny whispered, her librarian's mind racing through possibilities. Like the merchants did. With what? Callum's Scottish burr was tight. I'm fresh out of medieval contracts. The thing that had emerged from the chest shifted its impossible angles toward them, its voice bypassing their ears again. You stand where the seven once stood, it communicated. Their blood still marks these stones. Will you speak truth, or will you lie like their children? What truth do you want? Jenny stepped forward despite Callum's protective grip. The same truth they promised. Recognition, acknowledgement, a place in your world's stories. They wrote you out of history, Jenny realized. The ledgers, the warnings, they were covering up your existence. And now, the entity's form rippled with terrible purpose. Will you speak my name to your world? Will you break centuries of silence? Callum's voice was steady. If we refuse. The thing gestured at the remains of the pursuit team, their blood still forming ancient symbols on the stones. Then the silence ends another way. Chapter 10, Third Path, Part 1, Between Choices. Saturday, 7:20, the medieval vault. The phosphorescent fungi cast shifting shadows across Jenny's face as her mind raced through centuries of Edinburgh's hidden history. Something about the entity's demands nagged at her academic instincts. Wait, she stepped forward again, ignoring Callum's protective grasp. The merchant marks, they're not just warnings. Lass, this isn't the time for architectural appreciation. No, look, she pointed to specific symbols, careful not to meet the entity's impossible gaze. These aren't just decorative, they're part of a larger pattern. The thing that had emerged from the chest shifted its attention, its form rippling with what might have been curiosity. The 7 didn't just bind you with truth, Jenny's voice grew stronger. They bound you with story, with narrative. That's why the ledgers were so important. They weren't just records, they were. Choose your next words carefully, librarian. The entity's communication pressed against their minds like cold iron. They were chapters, Jenny finished. And you're not just seeking acknowledgement, you're seeking your proper place in the story. Callum's hand found hers in the darkness. Jenny, what are you suggesting? A third option, she squeezed his fingers. One that neither seals it away nor lets it loose. Saturday 7:21, the medieval vault. The entity's form twisted in ways that made reality shiver, its attention fully focused on Jenny now. When it spoke, the pressure in their minds was almost unbearable. You presume much, little librarian. You think you understand the nature of binding? I understand stories. Jenny's voice remained steady despite her pounding head. And I understand contracts. The merchants didn't just bind you, they made you part of Edinburgh's narrative. The thing rippled, its impossible geometries shifting like ink in water. The blood patterns on the walls began to move, rearranging themselves into new configurations. The old binding required silence, it communicated. You offer something else? Not silence, Jenny stepped forward, her academic courage facing down cosmic horror. Integration, a place in the story that acknowledges both your power and your purpose. Callum's tactical mind caught up with her plan. We're not hiding you, he added, his Scottish burr carrying conviction. We're contextualizing you. The entity's form began to stabilize into something almost comprehensible as ancient mechanisms stirred to life around them. The vault itself seemed to respond to their words, medieval engineering awakening to a new purpose. Begin then, the thing commanded, its voice now resonating through stone itself. Bind me with your truth, if you dare. Saturday, 7:22, the medieval vault. The consequences of their choice manifested immediately. As Jenny began to speak the words of the new binding, reality itself seemed to flex around them. The phosphorescent fungi blazed with unprecedented brilliance, casting stark shadows that moved independent of light. You understand, the entity's communication cut through their minds like frozen glass, that what is bound into story becomes part of all stories? Your truth will reshape more than just these stones. Callum's grip on Jenny tightened as the vault's temperature plummeted. But better a controlled narrative than random chaos. The blood patterns on the walls began to shift again, but this time they were writing themselves into Jenny's consciousness, burning themselves into memory that would demand to be shared. The price, she gasped, understanding flooding her academic mind. The merchants didn't just bind you with truth, they became part of the truth themselves. As you will be, the entity's form rippled with what might have been satisfaction. Your lives become part of the narrative, your experiences. It gestured at their intimate moments, their desperate flight, their choices, become part of the binding. Jesus, Callum breathed, his Scottish burr tight with realization. We're not just telling the story, we're becoming it, Jenny finished, watching as their own blood, from her head wound, from his shoulder, began to form new patterns on the ancient stones. Saturday, 7:23. The medieval vault. Jenny's voice found strength in ancient languages as she spoke the words of binding, each syllable resonating with centuries of Edinburgh's hidden history. The entity's form began to weave itself into the very fabric of their story. By truth we bind, she intoned, academic knowledge merging with something older, not to imprison, but to incorporate, not to hide, but to illuminate. Through story we connect, Callum joined her, his Scottish burr carrying the weight of tradition. Not to forget, but to remember. Not to deny, but to acknowledge. The entity's impossible geometries began to flow into the patterns they created, their shared blood drawing sigils of connection across medieval stone. The phosphorescent fungi pulsed in rhythm with their words. You choose to become vessels of the narrative. The thing's communication felt almost gentle now. Your lives entwined with mine, your stories forever marked by this moment. We choose truth, Jenny's fingers intertwined with Callum's. Whatever it costs. Then let it be done. The entity's form began to merge with the vault itself. Your blood seals the contract. Your lives continue the story. And I. Reality shifted one final time as the binding took hold. The thing that had emerged from the chest was no longer separate from them. It had become part of their narrative, bound not by chains of silence, but by threads of acknowledged truth. We are the story now, Jenny whispered, feeling the weight of their choice settle into her bones. Aye, lass. Callum pulled her close as the vault began to seal itself. Though I suspect this is just the beginning. Part 2, Emergence. Saturday, 7:24, the medieval vault. The escape route opened with a grinding of ancient stone, revealing a narrow passage that led up toward Edinburgh's more familiar depths. The phosphorescent fungi's light seemed to follow them, casting blue shadows that danced with new meaning. Can you feel it? Jenny's voice was soft as they made their way through the medieval stonework. The story. It's part of us now. Callum helped her over a fallen beam, his tactical awareness now threaded with narrative purpose. Like Edinburgh itself is watching through our eyes. The passage twisted upward, following paths that seemed to exist somewhere between architecture and story. Their footsteps echoed with tales untold, secrets half-remembered. The blood stopped. Jenny touched her temple, finding the wound sealed but marked with something more than mere healing. But the memory of it will become part of the narrative, Callum finished, his Scottish burr carrying new weight. Like everything else that happened down there. They paused at a junction where modern brick met medieval stone. The first grey light of dawn filtered down through ancient air shafts. What do we tell people? Jenny's academic mind grappled with their new reality. About the vault, about what happened, about us. The truth, Callum drew her close, their shadows merging in ways that seemed significant. Just not all of it at once. That's what story-keeping means, isn't it? Saturday, 7:25, near the surface. The first sign of trouble came as they approached the final stretch of passage. Boots on cobblestones, the subtle click of weapons being readied, sounds that Callum's tactical training recognized instantly. Mark's team, he whispered, pulling Jenny into a shadowed alcove. Must have been monitoring the hospital perimeter. Quite a mess down there, Mark's familiar voice carried down the passage, though I don't believe those were my men who died in that vault. Care to explain, Detective McLean? Jenny's fingers tightened on Callum's arm. The narrative power they'd absorbed thrummed beneath their skin, waiting to be used. Eastern European team, Callum's Scottish burr, carried up the passage. Professional, military-grade equipment. Not your usual style, Mark. No, not my style at all, Mark's tone sharpened. Which makes me wonder what was valuable enough to attract that kind of attention. The old families have been watching that vault for centuries, but we've never had external interest. The families? Jenny's academic mind raced ahead. You're connected to the merchant guilds? Born and bred, lass. Though I'm more concerned about who else knows about our little architectural heritage. What exactly happened down there? Callum and Jenny exchanged glances in the shadows, feeling the weight of their new role as story keepers. You really want to know, Mark? Callum's voice carried something older than authority now. Or would you rather keep your place in Edinburgh's official history? Saturday, 7:26, near the surface. The vault was breached. Jenny stepped forward, letting the narrative guide her words. But not by choice. Someone else, someone with resources and determination, forced their way in. Professional team, Callum added, his tactical knowledge merging with their new purpose. Eastern European, heavily armed, they knew exactly what they were looking for. Mark's silence was thoughtful. When he spoke again, his voice carried generations of guild knowledge. And what they found, was it what the ledgers warned about? The ledgers, Jenny's academic tone was careful, measuring truth against necessity. They weren't just records, were they? They were warnings, protocols, bindings. Aye, Mark sighed. My family's been protecting those documents for 3 centuries, but something's changed. External forces are suddenly very interested in Edinburgh's architectural heritage. The team down there, Callum's Scottish burr, was grim. They won't be the last, will they? No, Mark's weapons lowered slightly. Which makes me wonder, what exactly did you do down there? Because something's different. The old networks are buzzing with it. The families can feel it. Jenny and Callum shared another look, their shared blood still marking them with the vault's power. We made a choice, Jenny said carefully. Not to hide the truth, but to become part of it. Part 3. Betrayal's Edge. Saturday, 7:27, near the surface. The attack came from behind Mark. Swift, silent, and devastating. Black-clad figures emerged from the shadows, their movements carrying military precision that made Mark's team look amateur by comparison. Down! Callum's tactical instincts merged with their new narrative power as he pulled Jenny back into the passage. The families send their regards. A cultured voice spoke perfect Queen's English. Not Eastern European this time, but old money British. Though I'm afraid your part in this story ends here. Mark spun to face the new threat, but he was too late. The silence shock caught him in the chest, his expression more surprised than pained. The Merchant Council thanks you for your service, the voice continued as Mark crumpled to the cobblestones. But we'll take the narrative from here. Jenny's grip on Callum's arm tightened. The real families, she whispered, not Mark's branch. The ones who made the original binding. Callum's Scottish burr was tight with understanding, though I don't think they know what we've become. The narrative power thrummed beneath their skin, waiting to be unleashed. In the shadows, the phosphorescent fungi began to glow with renewed purpose. Saturday, 7:28, near the surface. The execution was methodical, almost elegant in its efficiency. The council's team moved through Mark's men like death itself. Precise, professional, absolute. Loose ends. The cultured voice remained calm as silenced weapons did their work. Can't have unofficial families mucking about in official business. Jesus Christ, Callum breathed, holding Jenny in the shadows as they watched Mark's team fall one by one. Target down, one of the black-clad figures reported, standing over Mark's body. Perimeter secure. Secondary team? Eliminated. Excellent. Now for our vault visitors. The phosphorescent fungi cast their blue light down the passage, making the growing pools of blood look almost beautiful in their terrible purpose. They're so certain, Jenny whispered, feeling the narrative power pulse with each death. So sure they're still in control of the story. I, Callum's Scottish burr, carried dark understanding, though I suspect they're about to learn otherwise. Come out! Come out! The cultured voice called down the passage. The council merely wishes to debrief you about tonight's events. The sound of multiple weapons being readied echoed off ancient stone. Saturday, 7:29, near the surface. The council has maintained Edinburgh's secrets for centuries. The cultured voice took on a different tone, older, deeper, carrying echoes of ancient authority. Since before the first stone of the new town was laid. As he spoke, his team's tactical gear seemed to shift, revealing hints of something older beneath the modern equipment. Symbols glowed faintly on their weapons, merchant marks that Jenny's academic mind recognized from the vault. We are the true keepers, he continued, stepping over Mark's body with casual disdain. The original families, the ones who made the first binding. And broke faith with it. Jenny's voice carried new power. Generation after generation, hiding the truth instead of preserving it. The council leader paused, something like uncertainty crossing his aristocratic features. You don't understand what you've witnessed, he said carefully. What emerged from that chest, it's beyond your comprehension. Is it? Callum's Scottish burr carried centuries of Edinburgh's hidden history now. Or is it beyond your control? The phosphorescent fungi pulsed brighter, casting the council team in ancient light that revealed more of their true nature, not just modern mercenaries, but descendants of the original seven, their bloodlines twisted by centuries of secret keeping. The old binding is broken, the leader's voice carried genuine fear now. We felt it shatter. Whatever you did down there. Chapter 11, Ancient Blood, Part 1, Inheritance, Saturday 7:30, Edinburgh's Hidden Depths. The council team's weapons gleamed with merchant marks as they formed a perfect semicircle, trapping Jenny and Callum against the ancient passage. The phosphorescent fungi cast their ethereal light across generations of twisted authority. You don't understand what you're dealing with. The council leader's cultured voice carried centuries of burden. Our families have contained this power since before the Act of Union. Contained? Jenny's academic knowledge merged with their new narrative power. Or corrupted. Careful, girl. One of the other council members stepped forward, his tactical gear barely concealing robes marked with medieval symbols. You're addressing centuries of sacred duty. Sacred? Callum's Scottish burr carried dangerous amusement. Is that what you call executing your own people? He nodded toward Mark's body, still cooling on the cobblestones. Necessary sacrifices. The leader's tone was dismissive. The lesser branches sometimes need pruning. And what about the Eastern European team? Jenny pressed. Were they your pruning as well? A flash of genuine concern crossed the leader's aristocratic features. That was something else entirely. Something new in the game. Saturday, 7:31, Edinburgh's hidden depths. You speak of sacred duty. Jenny stepped forward, the narrative power making her voice carry centuries of untold stories. But what's sacred about murder, about betrayal? The old ways require, the council leader began, but Callum cut him off. The old ways? His Scottish burr resonated with new authority. Or your ways? Because what we found in that vault tells a very different story. The phosphorescent fungi pulsed brighter, responding to their challenge. The council team shifted uneasily as shadows danced across their tactical gear, revealing more of the medieval symbols beneath. You dare question generations of stewardship? Another council member raised his marked weapon. Our bloodlines have guarded Edinburgh's secrets since you betrayed the original covenant. Jenny's academic knowledge flowed with terrible purpose now. Since you chose silence over truth, control over balance. The entity spoke to us, Callum added, his tactical stance carrying more than mere physical threat, showed us what really happened when the Seven made their binding. The council leader's aristocratic composure cracked slightly. It spoke to you? Aye, Callum's smile was dangerous, and it had quite a lot to say about your family's interpretation of the original agreement. Saturday, 7:32, Edinburgh's hidden depths. Enough of this, the council leader raised his hand, ancient symbols flaring to life across his tactical gear. The air grew thick with old power as the team began to chant in languages that predated the new town. Containment protocols, one of them barked. Full suppression. But as their inherited power built, something else stirred in the shadows. Movement at both ends of the passage, swift, professional, and carrying a different kind of authority. MI5, Catherine's clear voice cut through the ancient chanting. Everyone stand down. The council team froze, caught between their ritual and the very modern threat of government intervention. Their leader's aristocratic features twisted with fury. This is beyond your jurisdiction, he snarled, symbols still glowing on his weapon. The council's authority predates your organization by centuries. Perhaps, Catherine stepped into the phosphorescent light, her team moving with practiced precision. But we've been watching your authority for quite some time now, waiting for you to make exactly this kind of mistake. Jenny and Callum exchanged glances as the two forces faced off, feeling their narrative power surge with new possibility. The old ways are changing, Catherine continued, her agents taking position, whether you like it or not. Saturday, 7:33, Edinburgh's hidden depths. The council leader's laugh echoed through the passage with cold authority. His team smoothly shed their tactical gear, revealing expensive suits underneath, each bearing subtle merchant guild pins that caught the blue fungal light. MI5? He straightened his tie, aristocratic disdain dripping from every syllable. You think modern authority means anything here? In Edinburgh's old quarter? We've maintained order since before your organisation existed. Another council member stepped forward, his Oxford accent carrying generations of privilege. Through wars, unions, and revolutions. Catherine, Jenny's warning carried urgent understanding. Your team needs to fall back. This isn't what it appears. Listen to the lass. Callum's Scottish burr was tight with recognition. These people, they're not just old money, they're old power. The council members spread out with practiced efficiency, their movements suggesting training far beyond mere corporate security. Their leader's aristocratic features hardened into something calculated and cold. "We are the true inheritors," his voice carried absolute conviction. "Our families have guided Edinburgh's development for centuries, through legitimate channels and otherwise." Catherine's team's weapons remained trained, but the situation had shifted beyond simple law enforcement. Before she could order a tactical adjustment, Jenny stepped forward, her academic knowledge becoming a weapon of its own. "Show them," she whispered to Callum. "Show them what real inheritance looks like." Part 2. Lines of Power. Saturday, 7:34, Edinburgh's Hidden Depths. "You speak of inheritance," Jenny stepped forward, her voice carrying the weight of their new covenant. "But you've inherited nothing but lies. The entity in the vault showed us the truth." The council leader's aristocratic composure wavered. "Whatever that thing told you, it showed us the original ledgers," Jenny cut him off, academic precision merging with their new authority. "Not your family's edited versions. The real records, written in blood and truth." Catherine's team maintained their positions, weapons ready but waiting as the confrontation shifted into territory no tactical manual covered. "The merchant guilds didn't just make deals with money," Jenny continued, feeling Callum's steady presence behind her. "They made deals with story itself, and you've broken every one of those agreements." "You know nothing of our arrangements." One of the council members stepped forward, his Oxford accent tight with tension. "We know everything." Callum's Scottish burr carried dangerous certainty. "The entity didn't just speak to us, it chose us, made us part of the narrative you've tried so hard to control." The phosphorescent fungi pulsed brighter, as if responding to their words. The council leader's aristocratic features showed the first signs of genuine fear. "You can't possibly understand what you've done," he whispered. "The power you've accepted." Saturday, 7:35, Edinburgh's Hidden Depths. The council leader's aristocratic facade cracked completely, revealing something desperate beneath the generations of privilege. "You don't understand," his cultured voice turned pleading. "We've contained it for centuries, kept it manageable. If you've truly bonded with it, then you know. You know what happens when the story gets out of control." "Out of your control, you mean?" Jenny's academic tone was sharp. "Because that's what this has always been about, hasn't it? Control." The other council members shifted uneasily, their expensive suits suddenly seeming like poor armor against the truth. "The Eastern European team," another member burst out, his Oxford polish cracking. "They weren't the first. Others have tried before, Russians, Americans, Chinese, all wanting access to the power. We've protected Edinburgh from that." "By killing your own people?" Callum's Scottish burr carried cold judgment. "By executing Mark's team? That's not protection. That's paranoia. You have no idea what's out there." The council leader's hands shook slightly. "What would happen if the wrong people got hold of the narrative? The chaos it would cause." "The chaos you've already caused." Jenny stepped closer, the phosphorescent fungi brightening with her movement. "How many others have died to maintain your family's grip on power?" Catherine's team watched in professional silence as centuries of authority began to unravel before them. Saturday, 7:36, Edinburgh's Hidden Depths. "Enough." Catherine's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "MI5 has watched your council's activities for decades. We've documented every accident, every mysterious disappearance, every convenient death." Her team moved with practiced precision, taking new positions that subtly shifted the power dynamic in the ancient passage. "The Crown has maintained its own observers," she continued, her professional tone carrying institutional weight, watching, waiting, ensuring that Edinburgh's unique heritage remained protected, not from exposure, but from exploitation. The council leader's aristocratic features twisted. "You dare speak of exploitation? Your government has allowed your families significant autonomy," Catherine interrupted smoothly, "until you began eliminating your own people, until you started drawing international attention with your power plays." Jenny and Callum exchanged glances, feeling their new narrative authority pulse beneath the political maneuvering. "The old arrangement is over." Catherine stepped forward, her team moving in perfect coordination. "The Crown is assuming direct oversight. Unless—" She glanced meaningfully at Jenny and Callum. "Our new story keepers have a different suggestion." Part 3. Chaos Unleashed. Saturday, 7:37, Edinburgh's Hidden Depths. The explosion came without warning, a sudden flash of light and devastating force that turned the ancient passage into hell. The council team disappeared in a bloom of fire and shrapnel, their centuries of authority meaning nothing against modern explosives. Contact! Catherine's team reacted instantly, shifting to defensive positions. Multiple hostiles, north entrance. Down! Callum pulled Jenny behind a stone pillar as gunfire erupted through the smoke. His tactical training recognized the weapons immediately. Professional hardware, definitely not local. Through the chaos, they heard voices shouting in Russian and something that might have been Chechen. The Eastern European team hadn't been eliminated after all. They'd been waiting. The council wasn't paranoid enough. Jenny's academic mind raced as she pressed against the ancient stones. They were right about outside interests. Quite right, a heavily accented voice carried through the smoke, though they failed to mention how many of us were actually here. Catherine's team engaged the new threats with professional precision, but they were caught between multiple forces in a confined space. The old families thought they could keep this power to themselves, the voice continued as more explosions rocked the passage. Time for some redistribution. Saturday, 7:38, Edinburgh's Hidden Depths. Fall back! Catherine's command cut through the gunfire and smoke. Defensive withdrawal, pattern echo. Her team moved with practiced coordination, laying down covering fire as they began their tactical retreat. Callum recognized the MI5 protocol immediately. This way. He grabbed Jenny's hand, following Catherine's lead through a side passage. Stay close to the wall. More explosions rocked the ancient stonework as the Eastern European team pressed their advantage. Russian and Chechen voices echoed through the chaos, mixed with the distinctive sound of military-grade weapons. They're hurting us! One of Catherine's operators shouted over the din. Multiple teams converging. Keep moving. Catherine's voice was steel under pressure. Secondary exit point in 30 meters. Jenny's breath came in gasps as they ran, the phosphorescent fungi casting wild shadows through the smoke. Behind them, the sound of pursuit grew more organized, more determined. They're not just after the council anymore, she managed between breaths. They want what we've become. Callum's Scottish burr was tight as he helped her over fallen debris. Though I'd say they've got a rather aggressive negotiating style. Saturday, 7:39, Edinburgh's Hidden Depths. They reached the exit point, an ancient service tunnel that connected to Edinburgh's more modern infrastructure, just as their pursuers launched another coordinated assault. Contact rear. Catherine's team maintained disciplined fire as grenades bounced off centuries-old stonework. Multiple hostiles, well armed. Got movement ahead too. One of her operators warned, thermal optics scanning the darkness. They've predicted our route. Through the smoke and chaos, the heavily accented voice called out again. You cannot run from this, story keepers. The power belongs to those strong enough to take it. Jenny felt their narrative authority pulse beneath her skin as the phosphorescent fungi cast wild shadows through the gunsmoke. They don't understand, she whispered to Callum. The power isn't something you take. It's something you become, he finished, his tactical mind racing through options. Catherine, your exit's compromised. We need an alternative. Catherine's professional composure never wavered as she assessed their situation. Secondary route through the old brewery cellars, but we'll need to split their forces. Then let's give them something to chase. Jenny's academic knowledge merged with their new purpose. Something worth pursuing. Chapter 12. Shadows and Steel. Part 1. The Brewery Gambit. Saturday, 7:40. Edinburgh's Ancient Cellars. The old brewery tunnels stretched beneath the city like a maze of forgotten history, their Victorian brickwork meeting medieval stone in places that time had almost forgotten. The phosphorescent fungi had followed them, casting eerie blue light across centuries of architecture. 3 minutes to split point. Catherine's voice was precise as her team maintained defensive positions. Beta team will draw their attention east. While we take the western route, Callum's tactical mind was already mapping their options. Through the old fermentation chambers? Precisely, Catherine checked her tactical display. Though our friends up there seem rather determined. As if to emphasize her point, another explosion rocked the tunnel behind them, followed by shouts in multiple Eastern European languages. "They're coordinating better now," Jenny observed, her academic knowledge reading patterns in their pursuit. Different teams working together. Aye, Callum's Scottish burr was grim. Not just Russians anymore. Hearing Czech, Bulgarian, maybe Ukrainian. The council's death created a power vacuum. Catherine's professional assessment was cold. Every intelligence service with an interest in Edinburgh's unique properties is making their move. Saturday, 7:41, Edinburgh's ancient cellars. Their earpieces crackled with sudden static. Then a familiar voice cut through. "Catherine! Getting massive signal activity above you. They're coordinating through local cell towers." "Talk to me, James." Catherine never broke stride as her team moved through the ancient passages. Multiple teams converging. They're using encrypted channels, but the IT specialist's fingers could be heard flying across keyboards. "Got it. They've hacked Edinburgh's CCTV network. They're tracking movement patterns across the entire old town." "Clever bastards." Callum's tactical assessment was grudgingly respectful. "They're not just following us, they're predicting where we might surface." Jenny's academic mind raced ahead. The old brewery had multiple ventilation shafts. They'll be watching each exit point. Not just watching. James's voice was tight with urgency. "I'm seeing teams setting up containment positions. Professional gear, thermal imaging, motion sensors, the works." "How many?" Catherine's question was sharp. "At least 4 separate groups." "Wait. Getting some chatter in Romanian now. Make that 5 teams." The phosphorescent fungi cast shifting shadows as they approached the split point, their blue light making the Victorian brickwork seem alive with possibility. "James," Jenny's voice carried new purpose. "The city's utility grid. Can you access it?" "Already in. What are you thinking?" Saturday, 7:42, Edinburgh's ancient cellars. Their earpieces crackled again, but this time it wasn't James. A new voice, crisp and authoritative, cut through the chaos. "Attention all units. This is Commander Hayes, SAS Special Operations. We have oversight." Catherine's professional demeanor showed the first hint of relief. "About bloody time. Multiple SAS teams are now in position throughout the old town," Hayes continued. "We've identified hostile forces from at least 5 separate agencies. Consider them all Category 1 threats." Through the Victorian brickwork, they could hear the sudden change in their pursuers' radio chatter. Urgent reassessments in multiple languages as the situation shifted. "The Crown doesn't take kindly to foreign operators on British soil," Hayes's voice carried deadly promise. "Especially not in Edinburgh's sensitive areas." "Commander," Callum's tactical training recognized the implications. "They've got the exits covered with high-end surveillance." "Acknowledged, Detective McLean. That's why we're initiating Protocol Black. All city power grids will go dark in 30 seconds. Prepare accordingly." Jenny felt their narrative power pulse as the phosphorescent fungi cast stronger shadows. "They don't realize," she whispered to Callum. "In the dark, the old ways become stronger." Saturday, 43, Edinburgh's ancient cellars. Initiating blackout sequence, James's fingers flew across keyboards in perfect sync with SAS timing. Disabling power grid sectors in cascading order, north to south, just like the old city walls. Their earpieces hummed with coordinated precision as multiple teams aligned their movements. "Grid 1 down," James reported professionally. "Grassmarket area dark. Hostile teams losing thermal imaging. Now." Through the Victorian brickwork, they heard the first signs of confusion, cursing in multiple languages as expensive equipment suddenly went blind. "Grid 2 failing," James continued. "Royal Mile sector going dark. Their communication network is fragmenting." Catherine's team moved with practiced ease through the deepening darkness, the phosphorescent fungi now providing the only reliable light. "Grid 3 down." James's voice carried satisfaction. "Complete blackout achieved. All hostile surveillance systems are offline." "But wait, what is it?" Catherine's question was sharp. "The fungi network," James sounded puzzled. It's showing up on my systems, creating some kind of pattern." "Jenny, are you seeing this?" The blue bioluminescence seemed to pulse with new purpose, casting shadows that moved with deliberate intelligence. Part 2. Nature's Network. Saturday, 7:44, Edinburgh's ancient cellars. The phosphorescent fungi's glow intensified, creating patterns that flowed like living data through the ancient stonework. Jenny watched in academic fascination as centuries of hidden truth revealed themselves. My God, Hayes's voice carried rare awe through their earpieces. Command, are you seeing this? The entire underground network is communicating. It always was. Jenny's voice carried their new understanding. The fungi weren't just providing light, they were maintaining Edinburgh's oldest information network. The blue bioluminescence pulsed in complex sequences, marking safe passages and highlighting danger zones throughout the medieval maze. The merchant guilds, Callum's Scottish burr, was thoughtful as he watched the patterns shift. They didn't just build these tunnels, they grew them. Correct, Hayes confirmed, his professional tone coloured by wonder. We've been monitoring these biological patterns for years, but never like this. Through their earpieces, they could hear James's amazement as his modern systems tried to interpret the ancient network. It's not just light, it's data. Environmental conditions, movement patterns, structural integrity. The fungi have been tracking everything. And warning us, Jenny added softly as new patterns emerged. Look, they're showing us where the hostile teams are moving. Every footstep, every vibration. Saturday, 7:45, Edinburgh's ancient cellars. The fungi are marking primary extraction routes. Jenny traced the flowing patterns with academic precision. Look, they're showing us paths the hostiles haven't discovered. SAS teams, synchronize movements with the biological markers, Hayes commanded. All units follow the blue light patterns. Catherine's team moved like shadows through the Victorian brickwork, guided by the living network that pulsed beneath Edinburgh's foundations. Above them, they could hear their pursuers struggling in the darkness. Eastern team lost containment, James reported through their earpieces. They're blind up there, thermal imaging completely useless against the old stone. Good. Callum's tactical mind merged with the fungi's guidance. The network's showing a clear route through the old malting chambers. Confirmed, Hayes's voice was crisp. Alpha team in position at extraction point, Charlie, following the biological markers. Remarkable precision these organisms have. The phosphorescent light guided them through passages that seemed to shift and change, leading them away from danger with ancient intelligence. Multiple hostile teams converging on your previous location, James updated. But the fungi, they're actually redirecting them, creating false patterns. The old ways protecting their own, Jenny whispered as they moved through the living labyrinth. Just like they've always done. Saturday, 7:46, Edinburgh's ancient cellars. The extraction point emerged from the darkness, a Victorian service tunnel that connected to one of Edinburgh's more modern emergency systems. SAS Alpha Team's presence was ghost-like, professional, their positions marked only by subtle shadows against the fungi's blue glow. Target package secure, Hayes confirmed through their earpieces. All teams, initiate final phase. Multiple hostiles still searching the main brewery network, James reported from his screens. The fungi are, bloody hell, they're creating a maze. The patterns keep changing. Catherine's team merged seamlessly with the SAS unit as they approached the modern exit point. Above them, the sounds of confused pursuit echoed through ancient stonework. The network's buying us time, Jenny observed, watching the bioluminescent patterns shift and flow. It's not just guiding us, it's actively misdirecting them. Callum's tactical appreciation was evident. Never thought I'd be grateful for mushrooms. Final approach, Hayes's voice carried quiet authority. Stand by for extraction. Now. The service tunnel opened into a modern maintenance shaft, where more SAS operators waited with professional patience. The transition from old Edinburgh to new was almost jarring, from living stone to sterile concrete. Welcome to the present, Catherine allowed herself a small smile. Though I suspect the past isn't quite finished with us yet. Saturday, 7:47, modern Edinburgh infrastructure. As they secured their position in the modern maintenance shaft, Hayes's voice took on a more formal tone. The Crown has designated this situation Code Antiquity. You'll be moved to a secure facility outside the city while we contain the international fallout. Through their earpieces, James's voice carried urgent updates. Multiple hostile teams just realized they've lost you. Picking up some very angry Russian and Romanian chatter, Wait, getting diplomatic signals now. As expected, Hayes continued. Within the hour, every embassy in Edinburgh will be claiming their teams were here on authorized intelligence gathering. The diplomatic dance begins. Catherine's professional mask showed a hint of satisfaction. And the Council's power vacuum will be officially filled by Crown-appointed oversight, Hayes confirmed. Though I suspect our new storykeepers here might have something to say about that arrangement. Jenny and Callum exchanged glances, feeling their narrative authority pulse even in this sterile modern environment. The fungi's glow had followed them, marking them as something more than mere witnesses. "Sir," one of the SAS operators reported, "getting movement from multiple foreign consulates. They're already positioning their diplomatic responses." "Let them posture." Hayes's voice carried centuries of British institutional confidence. "The old powers are changing hands tonight, whether they like it or not." Part 3. Secure Transit. Saturday, 7:48, Edinburgh street level. The transition to street level was executed with military precision. Sarah's advance team had already secured a 3-block radius, their unmarked vehicles positioned with careful casualness that wouldn't draw civilian attention. Primary route cleared. Sarah's voice was professional through their earpieces. All CCTV feeds are looped, traffic signals coordinated. We're ghost protocol all the way to the safe house. The night air felt strange after the ancient tunnels, too open, too modern. The phosphorescent fungi's glow had faded, but Jenny and Callum could still feel their connection to Edinburgh's deeper truths. 2-vehicle convoy, Hayes directed. Target package split between transports. Standard counter-surveillance measures in effect. Getting diplomatic movement across the city, James updated. Multiple agencies mobilizing, but they're staying within official channels now. The SAS team smoothly divided their protective detail as Catherine coordinated with Sarah's street-level operators. The whole operation had the feel of long practice, the Crown's institutions moving with well-oiled precision. "Remember," Hayes's voice carried final instruction, "from this point forward, you're under Crown protection." The storykeepers are now officially part of Britain's heritage preservation protocols. Saturday, 7:49, Edinburgh streets. The convoy moved through Edinburgh's night traffic with practiced subtlety. 2 unmarked Range Rovers, their darkened windows reflecting the city's lights. Jenny found herself in the lead vehicle with Catherine and part of the SAS detail, while Callum rode in the follow car with Hayes. South route initiated. Sarah's voice was precise in their earpieces. Traffic control cooperating fully. Green wave established. The city felt different now, every shadow holding potential meaning, every ancient building seeming to watch their passage. Modern Edinburgh flowed around them, oblivious to the power shift that had occurred beneath its foundations. 4 minutes to checkpoint 1, the SAS driver reported professionally. All sectors clear. Through their tactical network, they could hear James monitoring the broader situation. Diplomatic channels still active. Multiple agencies establishing cover stories. The Russians are claiming routine security exercise, Romanians denying all involvement. "Standard playbook," Catherine commented dryly. "Though I suspect their superiors are already drafting strongly worded explanations for the Crown." The Range Rover turned smoothly onto the bypass. Acceleration gentle but purposeful. In the rearview mirror, the follow car maintained perfect spacing. Saturday, 23:52, undisclosed location, Scottish borders. The safe house emerged from the darkness, a Victorian hunting lodge set back from the main road, its stone walls solid with centuries of quiet purpose. The convoy approached through layers of subtle security, modern technology hidden beneath traditional Scottish architecture. Perimeter secure, Sarah's team had already established defensive positions. No surveillance activity detected within 5 kilometers. The Range Rovers pulled into a covered courtyard, their arrival masked from any watching eyes. As the vehicle stopped, Hayes's professional tone carried quiet satisfaction. "Welcome to Ravenscroft Lodge, one of the Crown's more specialized facilities. The building's older than it looks." Jenny's academic instincts picked up subtle details in the stonework. Georgian core beneath Victorian additions. "Sharp eye," Catherine nodded as they exited the vehicles. "The Crown's been maintaining this location since before the Jacobite Rising. It's seen its share of secrets." Callum's tactical assessment noted the modern security measures blended seamlessly into the historic structure. Quite the upgrade from my usual safe houses. The facility is completely off-grid, Hayes explained as they moved inside. Self-contained power, secure communications, and certain unique features that make it particularly suitable for story keepers. Chapter 13, Threads of Truth. Part 1, The Handler's Game. Saturday, 23:55, Ravencroft Lodge. The lodge's main study was a perfect blend of old and new. Leather-bound books sharing space with state-of-the-art security monitors, Victorian woodwork concealing modern technology. Catherine moved through the space with familiar ease, finally settling into a high-backed chair that might have witnessed centuries of similar conversations. "I suppose I owe you both an explanation," she began, her professional mask shifting to reveal something more complex. "My role in all this goes back further than MI5. You were watching Mark." Callum's Scottish burr carried dawning understanding. "Long before this night. Mark, the council, the entire network," Catherine's smile was sharp. "My family has been observing Edinburgh's power players for generations. We're what you might call interested parties." Jenny's academic mind raced ahead. "You're connected to the original families, but not the council's branch." "No," Catherine's voice carried centuries of careful planning. "We're what remained of those who opposed the council's corruption, the ones who chose to work within modern institutions rather than cling to medieval power structures. So Mark's operations," Callum began, "were carefully monitored and occasionally subtly redirected. We needed him to push the council into making mistakes, into revealing their true nature." Saturday, 23:56, Ravencroft Lodge. Mark was never just a criminal. Catherine's revelation carried quiet intensity. He was a catalyst we carefully cultivated. His ambition, his network, his obsession with the old powers, we encouraged all of it. "You used him," Jenny's academic insight was sharp, "to draw the council's attention." "And their paranoia," Catherine nodded. "My family, the Blackthorns, we've maintained our watch since the 1745 Rising. When the council chose darkness, we chose adaptation." Callum's tactical mind pieced it together. Mark's entire operation was designed to fail, to push the council into overreacting. Precisely, Catherine's smile carried generations of patience. Each of his schemes was carefully calculated, significant enough to demand the council's attention, but never quite threatening enough to trigger their full response. Until tonight. The Eastern European teams, Jenny realized. That wasn't just random foreign interest. "No," Catherine confirmed. "We made sure certain information about Edinburgh's unique properties reached specific intelligence agencies, the council's worst nightmare, foreign powers taking interest in their domain. So when Mark's team discovered the vault, it wasn't discovery at all." Catherine's eyes held ancient calculation. It was orchestration. Every step, every clue, every seeming coincidence, all leading to this night. Saturday, 23:57, Ravencroft Lodge. "You betrayed me." Mark's voice cut through the study's atmosphere like a blade. He stood in the doorway, very much alive, his usual polish replaced by something harder. Catherine didn't seem surprised. If anything, her smile deepened with satisfaction. "Betrayal implies trust, Mark." Her voice carried centuries of calculation. "And you never truly trusted anyone, did you? The team that died in the vault," Callum's Scottish burr, was tight. "They weren't yours." "Body doubles," Mark's laugh was bitter. "Quite the performance, wasn't it? Eastern European mercenaries playing the role of my loyal soldiers while the real team watched from the shadows." Jenny's academic mind raced through the implications. "You knew. You were part of this." "Part of it?" Mark stepped into the room, his movement carrying controlled anger. "I was the bloody centerpiece. The council's worst nightmare, a lesser branch growing too powerful, too ambitious. And you played your role perfectly." Catherine's tone held genuine appreciation. "The ambitious upstart, pushing boundaries, drawing their paranoia to the surface. Until they finally showed their true nature." Mark's smile matched Catherine's now, sharp, calculated. "Executing what they thought was my team, revealing their willingness to kill their own." Part 2, Confrontation's Edge. Saturday, 23:58, Ravencroft Lodge. "You used us," Jenny's voice cut through the calculated atmosphere, her academic authority now backed by something older. "Both of you did," playing your games while people died. The phosphorescent fungi's glow, which had followed them from the vault, seemed to intensify with her anger. Mark's confident posture wavered slightly. "It was necessary," he started, but Jenny cut him off. "Necessary?" Her laugh was cold. "Like betraying your own people was necessary. Like manipulating Callum's investigation was necessary." The council had to be exposed. Mark's defense carried less conviction now. Their grip on Edinburgh's power had to be broken. "And what about the cost?" Jenny stepped forward, the narrative power thrumming beneath her words. "The lives lost, the trust broken, the bonds shattered." Catherine watched with careful attention as Jenny confronted them both, perhaps sensing the shift in power dynamics. "You both played your games with old authority." Jenny's voice carried new weight. "But you forgot something crucial. The entity in the vault. It didn't choose you. It chose us." Saturday, 2358, Ravenscroft Lodge. Jenny's academic composure cracked, revealing raw emotional truth beneath. The phosphorescent fungi pulsed with her rising anger, casting harsh shadows across Mark's face. "How many others were there?" Her voice trembled with controlled fury. "How many women did you manipulate, seduce, use for your little power games?" Mark's polished facade flickered. "Jenny, what we had was a lie," she cut him off. "Every moment, every touch, every whispered promise, all just part of your surveillance operation. Tell me, Mark, did you record everything? Did Catherine's team keep detailed files on each of your conquests?" Catherine's professional mask slipped slightly, showing genuine discomfort. "You monitored our dates," Jenny continued, bitter understanding flooding her voice. "Our intimate moments, my research, my friends, my entire life became just another data point in your scheme." "It was more complicated than that," Mark attempted, but the narrative power behind Jenny's words made him step back. "Was it?" Her laugh was sharp with pain. "Or was it exactly that simple? The great manipulator, playing with women's hearts while orchestrating his grand revenge against the council." The fungi's glow intensified, responding to her emotional state, making the Victorian study feel more like the ancient vault. "Did you even feel anything real?" Jenny's question carried devastating weight. "Or were we all just pieces on your chessboard?" Saturday, 2359, Ravenscroft Lodge. The emotional weight of Jenny's words hung in the air, making the Victorian study feel smaller, more confined. The phosphorescent fungi's glow pulsed with shared pain, casting everyone's shadows in stark relief. "I loved you," Jenny's voice cracked with raw honesty. "Actually, properly loved you. And you turned that into a weapon." Mark's carefully constructed facade began to crumble, showing glimpses of genuine regret beneath the calculation. The surveillance, Callum's Scottish burr, carried quiet fury now. "It wasn't just Jenny, was it? Sarah found files on at least 6 other women, all academics, all with access to historical archives. Each relationship carefully documented," Catherine added softly, her professional tone unable to mask her distaste. "Every emotional vulnerability mapped and exploited." Jenny wrapped her arms around herself, the narrative power thrumming with her pain. "Did you laugh about it? Sitting in your meetings, discussing how easily I fell for your act, how perfectly I played my part?" "Jenny, Mark started, but the weight of truth seemed to choke his words. "You know what's worse?" Jenny's academic precision cut through her tears. "I can't trust any of it now. Every memory, every moment we shared, it's all poisoned. Was that dinner at the castle planned? That weekend in the Highlands? Our first kiss?" The fungi's light seemed to dim with her pain, sharing in the emotional devastation. Part 3, Lines Drawn Sunday, Ravenscroft Lodge. Enough. Jenny's voice carried new authority, backed by their connection to Edinburgh's deeper truths. The phosphorescent fungi flared with sudden intensity, casting harsh light across the manipulators' faces. "You've all played your games." Callum's Scottish burr was steel wrapped in ice. "Used people like pieces on a board. But that ends now." "Jenny, please," Mark started forward, but the fungi's glow created a barrier between them, responding to their shared will. "No," Jenny's academic tone carried final judgment. "No more explanations, no more justifications, no more games." "You don't understand the complexities," Catherine began, but Callum cut her off. "We understand perfectly." His tactical authority merged with their narrative power. "The Council, the Blackthorns, MI5, you're all just different sides of the same corrupt coin." "Get out!" Jenny's command made the very stones of Ravencroft Lodge seem to vibrate. All of you, your time is over. The Crown requires, Hayes started. The Crown can speak to us directly. Callum's voice brooked no argument. Without handlers, without manipulators, without people who treat lives like currency. The fungi's light pulsed with their shared purpose, making their authority unmistakable. Sunday, 1, Ravencroft Lodge. Think carefully about what you're doing. Catherine's voice shifted to something harder, institutional. The Crown's protocols require proper oversight. No, Jenny cut through the manipulation, the fungi's light intensifying. You're still trying to control the narrative, still playing your games. Mark stepped forward, his polished charm sliding back into place. Jenny, love, be reasonable. The power structure's in place. Don't you dare. Callum's Scottish burr carried lethal warning. Don't you bloody dare try that manipulation again. The room's atmosphere changed as Hayes made a subtle gesture. Armed operators appeared in doorways, their presence meant to remind everyone of institutional authority. The Crown cannot allow uncontrolled elements, Hayes began. The fungi's response was immediate and devastating. Every modern system in Ravencroft Lodge, lights, communications, security, went dark simultaneously. Only the blue bioluminescence remained, pulsing with ancient power. You still don't understand. Jenny's academic knowledge carried terrible certainty. The entity didn't choose us to be part of your power structure. It chose us to replace it. Last warning, Callum's tactical experience merged with their shared authority. Leave. Now, before we show you exactly what uncontrolled elements look like. Sunday 2, Ravencroft Lodge. Containment Protocol Alpha, Hayes barked, and the operators moved with military precision. But before they could take 3 steps, the fungi's network responded. Blue light erupted from every shadow, every corner, every ancient stone. The Victorian study transformed as Edinburgh's oldest power made itself known. The operators' modern weapons became useless lumps of metal in their hands, centuries of accumulated history rejecting their presence. You see? Jenny's voice carried something ancient now, the narrative power flowing through her. The story isn't yours to control anymore. The very foundations of Ravencroft Lodge seemed to shift, responding to their shared will. Catherine's professional mask cracked as she watched her carefully constructed authority crumble. Stand down, Hayes ordered. But his operators were already backing away, their training useless against powers older than their protocols. Impossible, Mark whispered, watching as the fungi's network revealed the lodge's true nature. Not just a crown facility, but a nexus of old power, now answering to new masters. The Crown's authority, Catherine tried one last time, is welcome to talk to us directly. Callum's Scottish burr carried final judgment. But you lot, your time's done. The old games end tonight. The fungi's light pulsed once, definitively, and every door in Ravencroft Lodge opened simultaneously. The message was clear: leave or be removed. Chapter 14, New Foundations, Part 1, Dawn's Truth. Sunday, 0:30, Ravencroft Lodge. The first light of dawn crept through Ravencroft's Victorian windows, finding Jenny and Callum alone in the study. The phosphorescent fungi had settled into a gentle pulse, their network now fully integrated with the ancient building. Well, Callum's Scottish burr carried tired amusement. That's one way to end a negotiation. Jenny sat in what had been Catherine's chair, her academic mind still processing the night's revelations. Did we just effectively tell the Crown's entire security apparatus to get stuffed? Aye, he smiled, moving to stand beside her. Though I suspect they'll be back, with more diplomatic approaches this time. The fungi's glow highlighted the empty room, where just minutes ago the old power structures had tried their final play. Modern security systems were slowly coming back online, but now they responded to a different authority. The Council, Catherine's family, Mark's schemes. Jenny shook her head. All those centuries of manipulation and games, and in one night. Everything changed, Callum finished. Though I suspect that was always the entity's plan. It wasn't just choosing new keepers, it was choosing a new way. Sunday, 0:31, Ravencroft Lodge. In the quiet aftermath, the distance between them seemed to shrink naturally, as if the night's revelations had stripped away their last hesitations. The fungi's blue glow softened, creating an intimate atmosphere in the Victorian study. Some night, eh? Callum's Scottish burr was gentle now, his tactical guard lowering as he moved closer to Jenny's chair. Quite the understatement, she smiled up at him, her academic precision giving way to something more personal. Though I suppose finding out your ex was a manipulative spy tends to put other relationships in perspective. His hand found hers, warm and steady. Aye, perspective's a funny thing, like realizing the person you've been working with, fighting beside. Is someone you trust completely, Jenny finished, standing to face him. The phosphorescent fungi cast soft shadows across their features as the space between them disappeared. No games, Callum's voice was barely a whisper. No manipulation, just us. Jenny's free hand found his chest, feeling his heartbeat through his shirt, and whatever this is becoming, the fungi's network pulsed softly around them, as if the very building was holding its breath. Sunday, 32, Ravencroft Lodge. The last space between them vanished like morning mist. Callum's hand found the small of Jenny's back, drawing her closer as the fungi's soft blue light painted shadows across their features. The old study filled with the subtle scent of ancient books, polished wood, and something deeper, the earthy perfume of the phosphorescent network that had chosen them. Her fingers traced up his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart beneath the worn fabric of his shirt. The quiet was absolute now, broken only by their synchronized breathing and the gentle whisper of movement. Jenny, Callum's Scottish burr, carried all the warmth of Highland whiskey, soft and rich in the intimate space between them. She rose slightly on her toes as his head lowered, their lips meeting with the inevitability of tide meeting shore. The kiss was gentle at first, a tender exploration that carried none of the desperate urgency of their earlier encounters. This was something else, something real, unfolding like a story that had always been meant to be told. His arms enveloped her completely as the kiss deepened, tasting of truth and promise. The fungi's glow pulsed in harmony with their shared heartbeats, casting them in ethereal light that made the moment feel both ancient and entirely new. Jenny's hands found his hair, fingers threading through the soft strands as she drew him closer still. The solid warmth of him, the subtle cologne mixing with the scent of gunpowder that still clung to his clothes from their earlier escape, the quiet sound of contentment that rumbled in his chest, everything combined into a moment of perfect clarity. This was what real felt like, what truth felt like, what beginning felt like. Chapter 14, New Foundations Part 2, Night's Embrace. Sunday, Zoo 33, Ravencroft Lodge. The journey from study to bedroom was a blur of tender touches and whispered words. The fungi's network guided them through the Victorian corridors, its gentle blue light creating an intimate path to a chamber that seemed to have been waiting for them. Are you sure? Callum's Scottish burr was soft against her neck as they paused in the doorway. His hands, steady and warm at her waist, waited for her answer. Jenny's response was to pull him down for another kiss, one that carried all the certainty their new reality had given them. The room's antique furniture cast long shadows in the bioluminescent light as they moved together toward the large four-poster bed. No more doubts, she whispered against his lips. No more hesitation. His hands were reverent as they explored, each touch carrying the weight of truth they'd fought so hard to protect. The phosphorescent glow seemed to dim respectfully, creating a cocoon of soft light and deeper shadows. You're beautiful. Callum's voice carried wonder as Jenny's academic composure gave way to something more primal, more honest. The night enveloped them as ancient power pulsed gently through Ravencroft's stones, bearing witness to a different kind of story being written. Sunday, 01:15, Ravencroft Lodge. The Victorian chamber settled into peaceful quiet as Jenny and Callum drifted into exhausted sleep. The events of the night, the vault, the council, the confrontations, seemed to fade like distant echoes as their breathing synchronized in the gentle darkness. The phosphorescent fungi dimmed to a subtle glow, barely brighter than starlight through the ancient windows. Their network pulsed softly through Ravencroft stones, maintaining a protective vigil over its chosen keepers. Jenny curled naturally into Callum's warmth, her academic intensity finally giving way to complete rest. His tactical alertness melted into deep slumber, one arm draped protectively across her waist, their shared exhaustion drawing them into healing sleep. The old lodge creaked and settled around them, centuries of history adjusting to its new guardians. Outside, the Scottish night wrapped the building in star-studded darkness, while inside, the fungi's gentle luminescence painted peaceful patterns across the sleeping forms. Sunday, 01:30, Ravenscroft Lodge. The explosion ripped through the night's peace like a thunderclap, shattering windows and rattling Ravenscroft's ancient foundations. Jenny and Callum jolted awake instantly, their brief respite torn away by violent reality. North side, Callum's tactical instincts kicked in immediately as he pulled Jenny close, shielding her from falling glass. Professional charge, shaped explosion. The fungi's network flared to brilliant life, its blue glow pulsing with urgent warning patterns across the Victorian stonework. Through the broken windows, they could hear the distinctive sound of multiple vehicles approaching. They're not giving up easily, are they? Jenny's academic calm was tinged with bitter amusement as she quickly gathered their scattered clothes. Aye, though their timing could use work. Callum's Scottish burr carried dangerous edge as he assessed their situation. The fungi's light showed clear escape routes through the building's ancient core. Another explosion rocked the lodge's eastern wing, followed by the sharp crack of tactical weapons. Someone's really not happy with our new management style, Jenny observed dryly, pulling on her last boot as Callum checked his weapon. Part 3, Knights Hunters, Sunday 1:31, Ravenscroft Lodge. They're here. Jenny's voice carried quiet certainty as heavy footsteps echoed through Ravenscroft's corridors. The fungi's network pulsed with urgent patterns, marking multiple hostile movements throughout the building. Eastern European team. Callum's tactical assessment was grim as he checked his weapon. But not just them. Hearing American gear, Chinese tech, everyone who lost face tonight is back for round 2. The Victorian chamber's shadows deepened as the fungi's light concentrated, showing them clear paths through the chaos. Outside, they could hear the precise movements of professional hunters. The council's death really did draw every player to Edinburgh. Jenny's academic mind raced through implications while she moved silently beside Callum. And now they all want what we have. The entity's power. Callum's Scottish burr was steel in the darkness. The ability to control the old networks. Through the broken windows, they could see tactical teams moving with military precision across Ravenscroft's grounds. The night air carried voices in multiple languages, all converging on their position. Ready? Callum's hand found hers in the blue-lit darkness. With you? Always. Jenny's grip was firm. Though I think it's time we showed them exactly what they're dealing with. Sunday, 01:32, Ravenscroft Lodge. More explosions rocked the ancient building as chaos erupted through the corridors. The night air filled with screams, not all of them from their side. The fungi's network pulsed with violent intensity, responding to the threats. Something's wrong. Callum's tactical instincts picked up the pattern. They're fighting each other. Through the shattered windows, they could see muzzle flashes illuminating the darkness. Different teams, different agencies, all colliding in their rush to claim the prize. Bloody hell, Jenny whispered as they watched shadows tear into shadows. The Russians just engaged the Chinese team. Americans are hitting them both. The sound of automatic weapons mixed with closer, more desperate combat. Screams cut short, orders barked in multiple languages, the wet sound of close-quarter fighting. They're tearing each other apart. Callum's Scottish burr carried grim understanding. Every agency thinking they can grab power for themselves. The fungi's light cast harsh shadows across the violence, revealing glimpses of the carnage. Professional operators turned on each other, alliances breaking apart in seconds. The entity, Jenny's academic mind grasped the truth. It's affecting them somehow, amplifying their paranoia, their distrust. Sunday, 01:33, Ravenscroft Lodge. Through the chaos, they spotted Hayes's SAS team engaging with multiple hostiles, but something was wrong. The British operators' usual discipline was fracturing, their coordinated movements becoming erratic. Hayes's team is breaking formation. Callum's tactical assessment carried horror. They're turning on each other. The fungi's harsh blue light revealed the elite units splintering apart, years of training dissolving into primal violence. Hayes's voice crackled through abandoned comms, trying to maintain control. "Stand down! All units, stand Johnson! What do you know? The entity's influence doesn't discriminate. Jenny's academic voice shook as they watched Britain's finest tear into each other. Professional bonds, national loyalty, it's all falling apart. Through the Victorian windows, they could see the SAS operators joining the wider melee. Years of shared service meant nothing now as paranoia and violence consumed them. Even their training can't protect them. Callum's Scottish burr carried bitter understanding. The powers turning everyone into enemies. The night air filled with British voices now too. Accusations of betrayal, screams of former brothers-in-arms, the terrible sounds of elite soldiers falling to friendly fire. Chapter 15, Power's Price, Part 1, The Choice. Sunday, 1:34, Ravenscroft Lodge. We have to stop this. Jenny's voice carried desperate certainty as they watched the carnage unfold. The fungi's network pulsed with their shared anguish, its blue light revealing glimpses of the horror below. The entity's power, Callum's tactical mind raced ahead. It's not just affecting them, it's feeding on their violence, growing stronger with each betrayal. Through the shattered windows, they could see the grounds of Ravenscroft Lodge transformed into a battlefield. Elite operators from multiple nations tearing each other apart, while the phosphorescent fungi's glow seemed to intensify with each fallen soldier. It's a test. Jenny's academic insight cut through the chaos. The entity isn't just defending us. It's showing us what power without control looks like. Callum's hand found hers in the harsh blue light. Then let's show it something different. Together they reached for their connection to the ancient network. The fungi's glow responded instantly, spreading through Ravenscroft's stones like living lightning. Ready? Jenny's grip tightened on his hand. Together, Callum's Scottish burr carried absolute trust. Sunday, 1:35, Ravenscroft Lodge. The violence outside reached fever pitch as elite operators lost their last threads of humanity. The night air filled with animal screams and the wet sounds of close combat as years of professional training devolved into primal savagery. Now, Jenny whispered, and they reached for their shared connection to the entity's power. The fungi's network responded explosively, blue light erupting from every stone, every shadow of Ravenscroft Lodge. Their combined will channeled through centuries of accumulated power, turning the ancient building into a beacon of controlled force. Enough! Their voices merged with something older, something deeper than mere authority. The fungi's light pulsed with their shared purpose, spreading across the grounds like a living tide. The effect was immediate. Combat-hardened operators froze mid-strike, their weapons dropping from suddenly nerveless fingers. The paranoia and bloodlust that had consumed them washed away under the blue radiance of controlled power. This ends. Jenny's academic precision carried ancient weight. The old ways of violence and betrayal are finished. The power serves peace now. Callum's Scottish burr resonated with their shared will, or it serves nothing at all. The fungi's network spread further, touching each fallen fighter, each wounded soldier. Where there had been chaos, now came clarity. Where there had been betrayal, now came understanding. Sunday, 1:36, Ravenscroft Lodge. As the fungi's light touched each survivor, the truth of what they'd done crashed over them like a wave. Hardened operators fell to their knees, weapons forgotten as the horror of their actions became clear. My God, an American voice broke first, staring at his blood-covered hands. Johnson, we were friends for 15 years. What have we done? A Russian operator's professional mask cracked completely as he cradled a fallen comrade. We trained together in Moscow. The blue radiance continued to pulse, gentle now, as Jenny and Callum maintained their connection to the power. Through the network, they could feel each survivor's pain, each moment of devastating recognition. I shot them, a Chinese tactical leader whispered in his native tongue. My own team. I thought they were betraying me. Hayes's surviving SAS operators huddled together, their elite training unable to process the breakdown of everything they'd believed in. Their commander's body lay where he'd fallen, killed by those he'd trusted most. The price of power, Jenny's voice carried gentle understanding. This is what happens when control becomes more important than connection. Callum's Scottish burr was soft with compassion, though perhaps that's the lesson they needed to learn. Sunday, 1:37, Ravenscroft Lodge. Through the gentle blue radiance, the survivors began to move, not with tactical precision now, but with the hesitant steps of those seeking absolution. One by one, they approached the ancient building, drawn by the power that had cleared their minds. "We were wrong," the American team leader spoke first, his combat gear seeming more like a burden than armor now. "The power, we thought we could control it, use it." A Russian operator stepped forward, blood still drying on his uniform. "We came for weapon," his English was rough with emotion. "Found truth instead. Terrible truth." The fungi's network pulsed softly as Jenny and Callum maintained their connection, offering understanding without judgment. The survivors gathered below, former enemies standing together in shared remorse. "The old ways," a Chinese operative bowed deeply, formally. "They led only to death. We see this now." "There is another path." Jenny's academic tone carried gentle authority, one that doesn't require violence or control. "A way of balance," Callum's Scottish burr added, "where power serves understanding, not dominance." The survivors looked up at them, elite operators humbled by their own actions, seeking something more than mere authority. Part 2. Healing Paths. Sunday 38, Ravencroft Lodge. The fungi's network shifted, creating paths of soft blue light that guided the survivors into Ravencroft's Great Hall. The Victorian space, with its high ceilings and ancient woodwork, became a sanctuary for those seeking redemption. First, Jenny's voice carried gentle authority. "We honor those who fell, not as enemies or operatives, but as people who lost their way." The survivors, American, Russian, Chinese, British, moved with shared purpose now, helping each other gather their fallen. The fungi's light touched each body with respect, acknowledging the price of tonight's lesson. Then, Callum's Scottish burr was warm with compassion. "We begin the real work, healing what was broken." The network pulsed softly as former enemies helped bandage each other's wounds, shared water, offered comfort. Years of training in division and suspicion began to melt away under the influence of something older, something wiser. "The protocols are simple," Jenny continued, her academic precision giving structure to their new reality. "Power serves understanding. Authority comes from wisdom, not force. And most importantly, we face our challenges together." "No more agencies," a Russian operator spoke up, his tactical gear discarded. "No more sides. Just guardians." The American team leader added, helping bind a Chinese soldier's wounds, "of something bigger than our divisions." The fungi's glow seemed to approve as the healing process began, turning Ravencroft Lodge from a battlefield into something new, a place of reconciliation. Sunday 1:39, Ravencroft Lodge. Through the solemn atmosphere of healing, Catherine's voice cut like cold steel. "A touching display of reconciliation, but surely you understand this power requires proper oversight." She emerged from the shadows of the Great Hall, her professional mask firmly in place despite the night's chaos. The fungi's network pulsed with warning as she approached. "Still trying to control things, Catherine?" Jenny's academic tone carried weary disappointment. "Even after all this bloodshed?" "The Crown's interests must be protected," Catherine moved with calculated precision. "These foreign operators cannot be allowed to." "Enough." Callum's Scottish burr stopped her cold. The fungi's light intensified around them, responding to their shared will. "Look around you, Catherine. Look at what your kind of control has caused." The survivors, American, Russian, Chinese, British, stood together now, their former divisions forgotten in the face of shared trauma and healing. "Your way is finished." Jenny's voice carried ancient authority. "The time of handlers and manipulators is over." The fungi's network pulsed once, definitively, and Catherine found herself unable to move forward, contained by power older than her protocols. Sunday 40, Ravencroft Lodge. "Let us show you." Jenny's voice softened as the fungi's network responded to their intent. Blue light enveloped Catherine, not with force, but with gentle revelation. Through the power's connection, Catherine saw the truth, not just the night's violence, but centuries of manipulation and control, the Council's corruption, her own family's games, the endless cycle of power struggles that had led to this moment. Oh God, Catherine's professional mask cracked as the weight of reality hit her. All those years, all those lives. Callum's Scottish burr carried understanding. It's not easy, seeing the full cost of the old ways. The fungi's light showed her everything. Every death ordered in the name of control. Every life manipulated for institutional power. Every betrayal justified by protocol. But it also showed her something else. A different path. "We're not your enemies, Catherine," Jenny stepped forward, academic authority merged with compassion. "We're offering a way beyond the endless games of control." Catherine's legs gave way as decades of certainty crumbled. The survivors moved to support her, former operators who had already faced their own brutal revelations. "I thought..." Catherine's voice shook. "I thought we were protecting something important." "You were." Callum's tone was gentle now. "You just forgot what was truly worth protecting." Part 3. Pride's Fall, Sunday, 0141, Ravencroft Lodge. For a moment, it seemed Catherine might choose understanding. The fungi's gentle light offered her redemption, a chance to be part of something greater than institutional control. But as she rose from her knees, her features hardened back into familiar calculation. No, her professional mask reasserted itself. This power cannot be left to emotion, to untrained hands. "Catherine," Jenny's warning carried ancient weight. "Don't." But Catherine was already moving, her hand going to a concealed weapon as she backed away from their offered understanding. The survivors tensed, but didn't move to stop her. The Crown's authority must be maintained. Her voice took on a desperate edge. Protocols exist for a reason. Structure, control. Without them, you still don't understand. Callum's Scottish burr carried sad certainty. The old structures are gone. Your way died tonight. No. Catherine's weapon came up, but the fungi's network responded instantly. Blue light erupted around her, not attacking, simply revealing, showing everyone present the truth of her choices. "Then you leave us no choice." Jenny's academic tone held finality as the network pulsed. "Show her what real power looks like." Sunday, 1:42, Ravencroft Lodge. The gunshot cracked through the great hall like thunder. For a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze as Catherine's bullet streaked toward Jenny's forehead, her final desperate attempt at control. But the fungi's network, connected to their very essence, moved faster than human reflexes. The blue light erupted between them, condensing into something solid yet ethereal. The bullet struck this barrier and simply ceased to exist, absorbed into power older than metal and gunpowder. Wrong choice. Callum's Scottish burr carried deadly promise as the network pulsed with shared protective fury. The fungi's response was immediate and devastating. Blue light engulfed Catherine completely, lifting her from the floor as her weapon crumbled to dust in her hands. The survivors watched in silent witness as centuries of power passed judgment. "You could have chosen understanding." Jenny's voice carried ancient disappointment. "Instead, you chose to prove exactly why the old ways must end." Catherine's scream was cut short as the network's light intensified, not harming her, but stripping away everything she'd built her identity upon: authority, control, institutional power. In seconds, she was reduced to what she truly was, a single fallible human who had chosen pride over wisdom. Sunday 43, Ravencroft Lodge. The fungi's network held Catherine suspended in its blue radiance as Jenny and Callum stepped forward together. Their shared connection to the ancient power flowing through them like living truth. "Catherine Blackthorne," Jenny's academic voice carried the weight of centuries. "You've chosen violence over understanding, control over wisdom, pride over truth. The old powers strip you of all authority." Callum's Scottish burr resonated through the great hall. "Your family's influence, your institutional position, your very connection to Edinburgh's deeper nature." The survivors watched in solemn witness as the network's light began to change Catherine at a fundamental level, not harming her physically, but altering something more essential. "You'll live," Jenny continued, "but you'll never again touch the power you sought to control. Never again manipulate those around you. Never again play the games that led to tonight's bloodshed. Your memory of these events will remain," Callum added, "as a reminder of what happens when control becomes more important than connection." The fungi's glow pulsed one final time, and Catherine collapsed to the floor, alive, unharmed, but fundamentally changed. The power that had been her birthright, her obsession, was now forever beyond her reach. Chapter 16. Payment in Blood. The shot. Sunday 1:44, Ravencroft Lodge. The sound came after the impact, a sharp crack that shattered the solemn moment. Callum's chest erupted in a spray of crimson as the high-caliber round tore through him from behind, the force spinning him toward Jenny. No! Her scream ripped through the great hall as he stumbled forward. The fungi's network flared with desperate intensity, but too late to stop what had already happened. Jenny, Callum's Scottish burr, was wet with blood as he reached for her. His tactical training told him exactly what had hit him, a 338 Lapua round, probably from one of the professional teams they hadn't accounted for. The survivors reacted instantly, their elite training kicking in as they moved to secure the hall. Through the Victorian windows, more shots cracked through the night, but the fungi's defensive barrier stopped them cold. "Stay with me." Jenny's academic composure shattered as she caught him, lowering them both to the floor. Blood spread across his shirt. Too much blood, too fast. "Callum, please." The phosphorescent light pulsed with frantic energy, responding to her desperation as she pressed her hands against the wound. "I'm sorry, lass." His voice was growing weaker. "Should have checked the high ground." Sunday, 1:44, Ravenscroft Lodge. Callum's knees gave way as his tactical training abandoned him. The Victorian floorboards caught his weight with a dull thud that seemed to echo through Jenny's very soul. Blood spread across the ancient wood, mixing with the fungi's blue light in terrible patterns. No, no, no. Jenny's academic mind raced through everything she knew about battlefield trauma, her hands pressing desperately against the wound. "Stay with me. Stay with me." The survivors moved with professional precision, securing windows, checking angles, protecting them. But Jenny barely registered their presence. Her world had narrowed to Callum's fading heartbeat beneath her bloody fingers. "The shot came from the old bell tower," an American operator reported tersely. "Team moving to secure now." Jenny, Callum's Scottish burr, was barely a whisper, his hand finding hers despite the weakness spreading through him. "The power. You have to." "Don't you dare." Her voice cracked as tears mixed with his blood. "Don't you dare say goodbye." The fungi's network pulsed with shared anguish, its light reflecting off the growing pool of crimson beneath them. Sunday, 1:45, Ravenscroft Lodge. "Quite the shot, if I do say so myself." Mark's polished voice cut through the chaos as he emerged from the shadows, the high-powered rifle still smoking in his hands. His usual charm had been replaced by something cold, something calculated. The fungi's network flared with violent intensity as Jenny looked up from Callum's bleeding form, her academic composure transformed by pure rage. "You." Her voice carried deadly promise as Callum's blood dripped from her hands. "After everything? You choose this?" "Business, darling." Mark's smile was sharp as he kept the rifle trained on them. "The council might be gone, but there are other players, other powers interested in controlling Edinburgh's unique properties." The survivors moved to intervene, but Mark's position was too well chosen. One twitch of his finger would end any resistance. "He had to go," Mark continued, nodding at Callum's fading form. "Too much of a wild card, too principled. The new management prefers more practical approaches." Callum's breathing grew more laboured as Jenny held him, the fungi's blue light mixing with his blood in increasingly desperate patterns. Part 2, Winter's Rage. Sunday, 1:46, Ravenscroft Lodge. As Callum's blood soaked into the ancient floorboards, something changed in Jenny. The fungi's network responded to her transformation, its gentle blue light hardening into something crystalline and deadly. "Your last mistake." Her voice carried a chill that made even the hardened survivors step back. Gone was the academic warmth, replaced by something older than winter itself. Mark's professional smile faltered as the temperature in the great hall literally began to drop. Frost patterns, eerily similar to the fungi's network, started spreading across the Victorian woodwork. "Now, Jenny," his attempt at charm cracked like ice. "Let's be reasonable about." "Reasonable?" The word frosted in the air between them. The fungi's light pulsed with her rage, but it wasn't the warm, living glow of before. This was the cold fire of ancient stars, of spaces between worlds. Callum's blood began to crystallize beneath her hands as she gently laid him down, rising to face Mark with eyes that held the chill of centuries. "You never did understand what power really was." Her words carried the weight of glaciers. "Always playing your little games, thinking control meant strength." The network's patterns turned sharp as icicles around them, and Mark's confident pose began to show the first tremors of genuine fear. Sunday, 0146, Ravencroft Lodge. I warned you about playing games, Mark. Jenny's voice carried arctic chill as she rose from Callum's bleeding form. The fungi's crystalline light cast harsh shadows across the great hall. Come now, darling. Mark adjusted his grip on the rifle, professional mask slipping. You know how this works. Business is business. Business, Frost crackled across the Victorian woodwork as she took a step forward. Is that what you call shooting an unarmed man in the back? One of the survivors, a Russian operative, whispered to his American counterpart. The network, it's changing. Because she's changing, the American responded softly, watching ice patterns spread across the ancient stones. Mark's confidence wavered as the temperature plummeted. Jenny, be reasonable. There are powers at play here that what? Her laugh frosted in the air. That justify betrayal? Murder? Your endless manipulations. You don't understand the bigger picture, Mark tried, but ice was forming on his rifle barrel. No, Mark, Jenny's words carried millennia of winter. You never understood. Power isn't about control, it's about truth. The truth is, he raised the rifle, sometimes sacrifices. The only truth, she cut him off as the fungi's network turned razor-sharp around them, is that this was your last mistake. Sunday, 1:47, Ravencroft Lodge behind Jenny. The fungi's network flowed like living frost across Callum's wound. The bleeding slowed, then stopped, as ancient power merged with torn flesh. Fascinating. Jenny's voice carried lethal curiosity as she took her first step toward Mark. The network responds to need, to truth, to justice. Mark's professional demeanor cracked further as ice crystals formed on his expensive suit. Jenny, think about what you're doing. The people I represent. We'll learn what happens when they mistake cruelty for strength. She advanced another step, the fungi's crystalline light making her shadow impossibly long. An American operator whispered urgently. His wound, the bleeding's completely stopped. The network's healing him, a Chinese survivor responded, watching blue light pulse through Callum's chest. Stay back, Mark raised the rifle higher, but his hands were shaking now. I'm warning you. Warning me? Jenny's laugh shattered like icicles. After everything you've done, you think you have the right to warn anyone? Behind her, Callum's breathing steadied as the fungi's power worked through him. The network's glow turned colder with each step Jenny took. The games are over, Mark. Her words frosted in the air. No more manipulation, no more lies. Sunday, 1:48, Ravencroft Lodge. The rifle's crack echoed through the great hall, but this time, the fungi's network was ready. The bullet froze mid-air, encased in crystalline blue light before shattering like glass. Wrong choice, Jenny's voice carried winter's judgment. Again. Impossible. Mark's professional mask crumbled completely as he fired again and again, each round meeting the same fate. This isn't... you can't. Can't what? Ice spread from her footsteps as she advanced. Can't protect myself, can't fight back, can't be more than your little academic puppet? The Russian operative murmured to his teammates. The temperature's still dropping, metal's starting to crack. Your games, Jenny continued, frost forming with each word. Your manipulations, your bloody schemes, they all end here. Mark's rifle clicked empty, the mechanism frozen solid. Jenny, please, I was just following orders. Like you followed orders when you seduced those other women? Her words cut like Arctic wind. When you recorded our intimate moments? When you shot Callum in the back? Behind her, the fungi's healing light pulsed stronger through Callum's chest as Mark backed away, genuine terror replacing his calculated charm. The thing about winter, Mark, Jenny's smile was colder than space, is that it shows no mercy to those who deserve none. Part 3. Winter's Justice. Sunday, 1:49, Ravencroft Lodge. Mark's rifle clattered to the frozen floor as he raised his hands, professional demeanor completely shattered. Ice crystals formed in his perfectly styled hair as Jenny's power filled the great hall. Jenny, please. His voice shook with genuine fear now. I surrender. I'll tell you everything, who I work for, what they want, all of it. Now he wants to talk, a Chinese operator muttered. When the knife's at his own throat. The fungi's crystalline network pulsed around them as Jenny continued her inexorable advance. Behind her, Callum stirred slightly as the healing power worked through him. You always did this, Jenny's words frosted in the air. Play the victim when your schemes fell apart. Beg for mercy when control slipped away. It's true, I admit it. Mark backed into a corner, ice spreading up his legs. I manipulated everything, but I can make it right. I can help you understand the bigger picture. Still trying to negotiate? Her laugh crackled like breaking frost. Still thinking you can talk your way out? What do you want? His teeth chattered as the cold intensified. Name it, anything. Just please. The fungi's light turned sharp as needles around them, waiting for her judgment. Sunday, 0150, Ravencroft Lodge. Ice crackled beneath Jenny's feet as she closed the distance, each step making Mark press further into his corner. The fungi's crystalline light cast harsh shadows across his terrified face. The love of my life, her words carried deadly softness. The one person who showed me what real trust feels like, and you shot him in the back. I was ordered to. Mark's teeth chattered as frost crawled up his expensive suit. Like you were ordered to seduce me? The temperature dropped further. To record our intimate moments? To play with my heart while plotting Callum's death? Behind her, the fungi's network continued its healing work on Callum, its blue glow pulsing with steady purpose. Jenny, please. Mark's professional mask had completely crumbled, leaving raw fear. I'm begging you. Begging? Her laugh shattered like ice. Now you understand what begging feels like. After all the women whose lives you destroyed? After shooting an honorable man in the back? The Russian operative whispered to his American counterpart. The cold. It's reaching temperatures that shouldn't be possible. Mercy? Jenny's voice carried winter's judgment as she reached Mark's corner. You want to talk about mercy? Sunday, 1:51, Ravencroft Lodge. The freezing began at Mark's feet, ice crystallizing through flesh and bone with excruciating slowness. His first scream echoed through the great hall, raw and primal. Please, Jenny, please! His professional polish shattered completely as the cold crawled up his legs. I'll do anything. Ah! The fungi's network pulsed with cold fire as Jenny watched. Her academic detachment turned to Arctic fury. Anything? Like Callum could do anything when you shot him in the back. The pain. Mark's voice broke as ice reached his knees, freezing him inch by agonizing inch. Oh God, make it stop! The American operator turned to his Russian counterpart. Should we intervene? No, the Russian's response was grim. This is justice. We all saw what he did. Mark's screams turned to sobs as the freezing continued its methodical ascent. The fungi's crystalline light showed every detail of his torture, every moment of his suffering. Jenny, he managed between screams. I loved you. I really did. Love? Her laugh was colder than the ice claiming him. You wouldn't know love if it froze your heart. Which, incidentally, the freezing reached his chest, and Mark's final scream cut off as ice claimed his throat. Sunday, 1:52. Ravencroft Lodge. Mark's frozen form shattered with a sound like breaking glass, fragments of ice scattering across the Victorian floorboards. In an instant, Jenny's Arctic fury dissolved into desperate concern as she rushed back to Callum's side. The temperature's normalizing, the Chinese operative reported, watching frost recede from the ancient walls. Network stabilizing too. The fungi's light softened back to its usual gentle blue as Jenny fell to her knees beside Callum. Her hands, moments ago capable of freezing a man solid, now trembled as they touched his face. Come back to me, her voice cracked with emotion. Please, Callum, I can't lose you too. The American survivor checked his tactical thermometer. Room temperature returning to normal. Whatever power that was protecting what matters, the Russian finished quietly, watching the scene unfold. The network's healing glow pulsed steadily through Callum's chest as Jenny cradled his head in her lap, her tears falling onto his face. Jenny? Callum's Scottish burr was weak but present. Did you just turn my would-be killer into an ice sculpture? Chapter 17. A New Dawn. Part 1. Highland Haven. Monday, 15:30, Scottish coast. The ancient Land Rover wound its way along the coastal road, salt spray mixing with Highland air as Jenny and Callum approached their new sanctuary. The fungi's network had spread this far, subtle blue patterns visible in the old stones of the cottage waiting ahead. Home, Callum's Scottish burr carried tired satisfaction as he guided the vehicle up the final stretch. His wound had healed completely, though the memory of last night's violence still lingered. After 12 hours of negotiations, Jenny sighed, letting her academic mask slip away. I never want to see another intelligence director or government official again. The cottage emerged from the misty afternoon, a sturdy stone structure overlooking the North Sea, its walls old enough to remember the Jacobite Rising. The fungi's gentle glow welcomed them through ancient granite. At least they understood quickly. Callum's smile held grim amusement. Amazing how reasonable people become when faced with actual consequences. The Russian premier's face when I demonstrated the network's reach. Jenny allowed herself a small laugh. I thought he was going to faint. Though the Chinese delegation took it better. He parked the Land Rover beside weather-worn walls. Once they realized controlling the power wasn't an option. Monday, 1531, Scottish coast. The cottage door opened to their touch, ancient wood recognizing its new guardians. The fungi's network had already made itself at home, subtle blue patterns tracing the interior's sturdy bones. Well, this is a bit more cozy than Ravencroft Lodge. Jenny smiled as they stepped inside. The space was perfect. Living room with a massive stone fireplace, kitchen with views of the churning sea, and enough bookshelves to satisfy her academic heart. And considerably less prone to international incidents. Callum's Scottish burr carried warmth as he set their bags down. His hand found the small of her back naturally, drawing her close. The network's light pulsed gently through the cottage's stones, showing them hidden details, secret passages from smuggling days, priest holes from darker times, all now part of their sanctuary. Look, Jenny's voice softened as she spotted something in the living room. The fungi's already found the old hearthstones. They're probably older than the cottage itself. Smart little network. Callum pulled her closer, his chest now fully healed where the bullet had torn through. Knows what matters. Speaking of what matters, she turned in his arms, academic precision giving way to something warmer. We're finally alone. Monday, 1532, Scottish coast. Callum knelt before the ancient fireplace, his tactical precision now focused on arranging kindling just so. The fungi's network pulsed appreciatively as he worked, its blue light dancing across centuries-old stone. Still remember how to build a proper Highland fire? Jenny called from the kitchen, where the kettle was already warming on the agger. The familiar ritual of making tea felt wonderfully normal after the chaos of the past day. Some skills you never forget. His Scottish burr carried comfortable warmth. Unlike those American operators, saw one of them try to light a fire with a tactical lighter last night. Proper tea and a proper fire, she smiled, measuring loose leaves into the brown Betty teapot. Very civilized for two people who just negotiated world peace through ancient fungal networks. The kindling caught, and Callum added larger pieces with practiced care. The fungi's glow seemed to appreciate the old ways, its patterns shifting to match the growing flames. Earl Grey or English breakfast. Jenny's academic precision extended to proper tea preparation. Callum stood from the now roaring fire, turning to watch her familiar movements in their new kitchen. The network's soft blue light merged with the warm glow of flames, creating a perfect moment of peace after so much chaos. And yes, darling, his Scottish burr carried all the love and promise of their shared future. Finally, we are alone. Part 2. Hearts Harbour. Monday, 1533, Scottish coast. The space between them disappeared naturally as Jenny set the teapot down, forgotten for the moment. The fungi's network dimmed its glow respectfully, leaving them in the warm light of the fire Callum had built. You know, his Scottish burr was soft as his hands found her waist. I thought I'd lost you when that bullet hit. And I thought I'd lost you. Jenny's academic composure wavered as she traced the spot where the wound had been. When I saw you fall. The cottage seemed to hold its breath around them, ancient stones and living network creating a sanctuary of perfect privacy. Reminded me of something, though. Callum drew her closer, his tactical awareness now focused entirely on her. Life's too precious for hesitation. Is that your way of saying we should seize the moment? Her smile carried all the warmth of their shared survival. His voice dropped to a whisper as he closed the final distance. That's exactly what I'm saying. The fungi's patterns shifted to the gentlest of glows as their lips met, the kiss carrying all the promise of their hard-won peace. Monday, 1534, Scottish coast. Their kiss deepened as the last light of day painted the cottage in amber and blue. The fungi's network dimmed to its faintest glow, offering privacy as Callum's hands tangled in Jenny's hair. "I love you," his Scottish burr, usually a clipped command, now carried years of waiting, of knowing, of finally finding home. The words rumbled against her ear, vibrating with a truth that resonated deep within her soul. More than any power, any duty, any cause. "Show me," Jenny whispered against his lips, her academic reserve, meticulously constructed and fiercely guarded, melting into pure, raw emotion. The firelight danced in her eyes, reflecting a vulnerability she rarely allowed herself to feel, a longing for something real, something untainted by the lies and manipulations that had defined her life for so long. The fire's crackling warmth embraced them as they lost themselves in each other, their connection forging anew as their lips touched. It tasted like smoke and honey, a potent brew that ignited a fire within her, chasing away the lingering chill of fear. His hands moved with a newfound tenderness, tracing the curve of her jaw, the delicate line of her throat, the soft swell of her breasts. Each touch was a whispered promise, a silent declaration of his unwavering love and devotion. She leaned into him, her body trembling with a mixture of anticipation and relief, as he lifted her into his arms and carried her towards the waiting bed. The worn tartan blanket, soft and familiar, felt like a sanctuary beneath her. Callum followed her down, his gaze never leaving hers. He unbuttoned her shirt with slow, deliberate movements, each touch a spark that ignited a wildfire of desire. The scent of his skin, musk, pine, and a hint of something uniquely Callum, filled her senses, drowning out the doubts and fears that still lingered at the edges of her mind. As her shirt joined his discarded clothes on the floor, her skin flushed crimson in the flickering firelight. His eyes, dark with desire, devoured her, mapping every curve and hollow, every freckle and scar. There was no judgment in his gaze, only a deep, unwavering love and acceptance. He lowered his head, his lips finding hers in a kiss that was both tender and demanding, a slow, sensual exploration that stole her breath away. His tongue traced the outline of her lips, teasing, tempting, until she opened her mouth in surrender. The taste of him consumed her, erasing every memory of Mark's practiced deceits. She reached for him, her hands trembling as she fumbled with the buckle of his belt. The release of tension was palpable as she freed him, her fingers tracing the hard length of him with a reverence that made him groan. He was magnificent, powerful, and utterly, completely hers. He entered her slowly, filling her with a heat that chased away the lingering coldness. The sensation was exquisite, a melding of bodies and souls that transcended the physical. She cried out, her body arching against his, as the world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of sensation. Their bodies moved together in a primal rhythm, driven by a force beyond their control. Each thrust was a declaration of love, a reaffirmation of their connection. Their breaths mingled, their heartbeats synchronized, as they climbed towards the peak of their shared ecstasy. As they crested the wave, their bodies shuddering in release, Jenny clung to him, her nails digging into his back. She had never felt so alive, so loved, so utterly, completely free. Their connection deeper than ancient power, stronger than institutional games, more real than any manipulation they'd faced. In that moment, she knew that she had finally found her home. The lingering scent of wood smoke and arousal clung to the air as their breathing slowly returned to normal. Callum nuzzled against her neck, his stubble scratching her skin, a sensation that was both comforting and exhilarating. "I meant it, Jenny," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "Everything I said. You're everything to me." She threaded her fingers through his hair, pulling him closer. "I love you too, Callum," she whispered, the words feeling both foreign and utterly true on her tongue. "More than I ever thought possible." They lay entangled for a long moment, basking in the afterglow of their lovemaking, the silence broken only by the crackling of the fire and the soft rhythm of their breathing. Finally, Callum stirred, his hand tracing a lazy circle on her back. "We should get some sleep, lass," he said, his voice laced with a hint of reluctance. "We've got a long day ahead of us." Jenny nodded, reluctantly pulling away from him. As they disentangled their limbs and rearranged the tartan blanket around them, she couldn't help but feel a sense of vulnerability creeping in. They were still in danger, still fighting a war they didn't fully understand. And now they had added another layer of complexity to their relationship, a depth of emotion that made her both exhilarated and terrified. As they settled back into the worn mattress, side by side, Jenny found herself unable to sleep. Her mind raced with questions, with doubts, with fears. But as Callum reached out and took her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers, a sense of calm washed over her. He was there. He was real. And whatever the future held, they would face it together. She closed her eyes, drawing strength from his words. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new dangers. But tonight, she allowed herself to believe in the possibility of a future where they could be together, free from the shadows of deception and conspiracy. A future where their love could finally flourish, unburdened by the weight of the world. The cottage's stones held their secrets as day faded to dusk, the fungi's light a gentle guardian of moments too precious for words. Monday, 1535, Scottish coast. The fire burned low in the ancient hearth as night wrapped the cottage in velvet darkness. The fungi's network pulsed with the gentlest of glows, barely brighter than starlight through the windows. Callum's arms held Jenny close as sleep began to claim them both, their breathing synchronized in the peaceful quiet. His Scottish burr was soft with contentment as he pressed a final kiss to her temple. "Rest now, love," he whispered, tactical vigilance giving way to complete trust in their sanctuary. Jenny curled closer, her academic mind finally still as she listened to his heartbeat, strong and steady where the bullet had failed to claim him. The network's subtle light painted peaceful patterns across their entwined forms. "Stay with me," she murmured, already drifting toward dreams. Always, his promise carried them both into sleep's embrace. The cottage stood guard around them as night deepened, ancient stones and living power protecting what they'd fought so hard to find. In the hearth, the last embers glowed like memories of fungi's light, watching over love's quiet victory. As sleep finally claimed her, she dreamed of a small cottage by the sea, the sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the warmth of Callum's arms around her. A simple life, filled with love and laughter. A life that, for the first time in a long time, felt within reach. And as she slept, she clung to that dream, hoping that, somehow, against all odds, it could one day become a reality. Part 3, Morning's Light. Tuesday, 6:15, Scottish coast. Dawn crept across the North Sea like liquid gold, painting the cottage's ancient stones in early light. The fungi's network stirred gently from its nighttime dormancy, soft blue patterns beginning their daily dance. Jenny woke first, finding herself still wrapped in Callum's protective embrace. The morning air carried salt and heather through the partially open window, a perfect Highland greeting. Callum's Scottish burr was sleep-rough as he felt her stir. "Time is it, love?" "Just past 6, she smiled, watching the network's patterns strengthen with the rising sun. Her academic precision couldn't help noting how the fungi responded to natural rhythms. The cottage creaked softly around them, old timber and stone warming to the new day. Outside, seabirds called their morning challenges across waves that had witnessed centuries of Highland dawns. First morning in our new home, Callum drew her closer, his tactical awareness noting every detail of this peaceful moment. No international incidents, no ancient conspiracies, no assassins. "Just us," Jenny completed his thought, tracing gentle patterns on his chest where the wound had been, and our rather unusual houseguests. The fungi's glow pulsed in apparent appreciation of being acknowledged. Tuesday, 6:16, Scottish coast. The morning light caught Callum's movement as he slipped from their warm nest, his tactical grace carrying him to one knee beside their makeshift bed. The fungi's network seemed to hold its breath, its blue patterns going still. "I don't have a proper band yet." His Scottish burr carried nervous emotion she'd never heard before. "And maybe this isn't the most traditional timing." Jenny's breath caught as she sat up, the academic part of her mind completely silent for once. The network's glow intensified slightly, casting gentle light across his features. "After everything, the council, the power, nearly losing you," Callum's voice grew stronger with each word. "I know one thing with absolute certainty." The cottage seemed to lean in around them, ancient stones bearing witness as the fungi's patterns traced delicate circles like ethereal rings across the walls. Jenny. His eyes held hers with complete devotion. I love you. Not just the academic brilliance or the incredible strength you showed last night. All of you. And if you'll have me. The morning sun painted them both in golden light as the most important question of their shared journey hung in the air. Tuesday, 6/7, Scottish coast. Callum took a deep breath, his Scottish burr carrying more emotion than she'd ever heard before. Jenny, will you? Are you actually? Jenny's academic voice trembled. I am, he smiled up at her, though I should probably finish the question. The fungi's network pulsed softly around them as Jenny laughed through happy tears. You're really doing this now? In our pajamas? Seemed as good a time as any, his eyes sparkled. Unless you'd prefer I waited for a more dramatic moment? Perhaps during another international crisis? Don't you dare, she reached for his hands. This is perfect. Just perfect. Then let me try this properly. Callum's voice steadied. Jenny, love of my life, keeper of ancient power, freezer of would-be assassins. Quite the title list you're building there, she teased gently. Will you marry me? The words carried every battle they'd fought, every truth they'd protected, every moment that had led them here. You wonderful, impossible man. Tears spilled freely now. Yes, of course yes. The network erupted in joyous patterns as Callum pulled her into a kiss. We should probably tell Sarah, he murmured against her lips. And James, she added softly. Later, his Scottish burr was warm with joy. Right now, it's just us. Just us, she agreed, and our rather enthusiastic fungal witnesses. Aye, he laughed, though I suspect they approved all along. The morning sun painted their embrace in golden light as the fungi's patterns settled into content circles, ancient power acknowledging love's quiet victory. I love you, Jenny whispered. And I love you. Callum's response carried every promise of their shared future, now and always. The end.